pray for our parliament to make laws that are relevant and consistent with the lives of Botswana. We pray for the Attorney General and the administration that when they draft laws, they should do that reverently. We pray for the Judicial Service Commission that as they advise the President on matters, on pertinent matters, that reverently fear the Lord, for him to give them wisdom. We pray for the armed forces of this country, whose duty is to maintain law and order, to also do that with that same fear of the Lord, to gain wisdom as they deliver their mandate.
Motswana wetso mosong wa gompieno tautona dumaboko ke mongwe wa ba ileng gore ba go gone kgotakgolo ya ditsheko go ileng gore go tabo go le simolisiwa yalo mo ba go bitsang ba re ke legal year of the high court mo ileng gore tota motswana wetso go tabo go simolisiwa tsone ditsheko jalo go le kgotakgolong gone me ditsheko ke tsa ke re wa itore tse ngwe dintsi di tsweletse mme gone go tlhaloganya gore go ka tswa go tabo go diragala jang mo letsatsing la gompieno motswana wetso ke na le gompieno mo ileng gore ke mmueledi ebile gape ke mothathelela dithuto tsa semolao ko Madikolo University of Botswana Dr Tshepang Makwati kopa o ipolelle Batswana ka bokhutshwane se.
Ke a leboga Mr Selatlho ya ko o sa tswa go bua ke bidiwa Dr Tshepang Edwin Makwati ke mothathelela dithuto ko Madikolo University of Botswana and gape ke rana law firm e bidiwa Makwati TE Law Group e leng gore e focus thata mo tsa ditshwanelo tsa setho mo constitutional law mo go di tsa di contract le tse dingwe jalo mme hela nkare ke general practice law firm mme tse ke dinango tsentse ke tsone tse le re focus thata mo tsone mme ma ke gore ke itumela gore be ke na le yone chance yo tsono ye gore be ke bua le lona gompieno le Batswana go gae gore go ngwetla re ha re hetsa ha be re thutile go le gontsi from each other.
Erra go bothokwa bangwe ne re ha ke tsenya le di status mo WhatsApp ba mpotsa re gone me legally e keng ke tsa ke re o to gona gore a o iphuthulele Batswana mme pele ga re tsana mo go tswane ra ke ta Motswana wetso re ta kgabolela gone ka kwa re go bua le re Kennedy Ramokoni mo dire ka rona yo leng gore he's on standby that side etar ko morago go gone be ke buisana le re Makwati go le go khutshwane ra bo re ta re boa gape re go tsela gone ko high court gore go tsa yone thulaganyo yo the morago ga mo be re kgona go buisana ka tseleng gore di ka tswa di dule ka ko Kennedy a ona le nna ka ko se okay Motswana itse go le ba ga re se re kgone go tshwara Kennedy Dr Makwati legally what is this re bua ka gaeng re bua ka phologolo e ha re simolodisa legally ye mme re ntse re bona ditsheko di kgona go tsana kwa le what is this, what is happening today?
Yes, the legal year is a ceremony. The opening of the legal year is a ceremony which marks the beginning of the administration of the administration of justice for that year. Tota ke ceremony e makang e le go supa go tshwaragano mo within the legal fraternity. Se sengwe gape se kayang ke gone gore gona le re se bitsang the rule of law and orderliness ya ka bona ka ha e arrangetsweng ka teng gape e supa ena le go fa ba leng gore ke di stakeholders the opportunity to discuss challenges within the legal profession.
Ra gone me di key stakeholders ba re ka tswa re bua ka bone gone ha ke bomang
ga o bua ka the key stakeholders within the legal profession or within the administration of justice o bua ka the courts o bua ka bo the judiciary the ministry of justice and the other the sectors within the administration of justice the human resource element within the corporate division within the administration of justice. All this ke batho ba ileng gore ba thusa gore dilo di tsheko whether civil or criminal di tsamaye ka di tshwantseng gore di tsamaye ka teng mo makgotleng a rona. Go simula ka re bone bo Makastrata High Court le yone Court of Appeal.
Mo ngwageng o hitileng ke a gopola go hale ba bueledi kgotsa ba Law Society of Botswana ba ne ba supagela gore ba taske ba ikamanye le yone tiro ya go nna yana. If maybe you recall kgotsa o ka re tsa through that tell gore what could have been the reason le gore gompieno keng ba decide gore ba ka nna karolo ya tiro ya gona yalo.
Interesting that you bring that up because that was a watershed moment within our administration of justice, in the sense that maybe it was the first time that such has ever happened. You'll remember that the Law Society penned a memorandum or a letter to legal professionals decrying certain issues within the legal profession, including late payment of pro dio lawyers. A ke bua ka pro dio lawyers, ke bua ka dilawara tse leng gore di duelwa ke mmuso go representa those people ba senang bokgoni jwa go ituelela ka gore tsa semolao di a tura. No go na le dikgang tsa gore the default judgments and other issues of administration mo di courts di tsamaya ka bonya jo bo heteletseng. Le service in general within the administration of justice, it's a nako e heteletseng. E be go nna le issues ne ba aleja gore go na le misconduct, including the bribery and other like issues within the judiciary in the diragala within that time. You'd remember the fracas between the now Chief Justice and the former Chief Justice, those letters that were written to the President and all that.
So there was a real crisis. Ke ta intshwarela ke ta go tsena ganong re ta bua re ta re bua le Batswana gape morago ka mona go ya gompieno and Chief Justice yo re ta buang ka ena gape re ke tlogetse o tsena mo seraleng a re mo lebelele.
Magisterial Bench, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, Ms. Naledi Stella Muroka, and all permanent secretaries here present, the District Commissioner, Chairman of the Law Society of Botswana, Mr. Lesedi Moai, and members of the bar, senior government officials, captains of industry, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I am going to start with a memorial. During the just ended legal year, that is 2024, the legal fraternity, including the institution of judgeship, experienced said losses amongst their members. Attorney Mr. Petsolonare, Justice Heidi Pilingwako Makato of the Industrial Court, and Attorney Mr. Frederick Mpopang, in that order, all lost their lives. All of them had a lot in common. They were friends. The late Justice Makato and the late Attorney Nare at some point in time worked for the administration of justice, while the late Mr. Frederick Mpopang was for many years a loyal servant of our people under the auspices of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions as State Counsel. In the same year, we received the sad news of the passing on of former Minister of Environment and Tourism, Mr. Dumezweni Mtimkulu, who was also an officer of this court, as well as former Member of Parliament, Mr. Liaquat Kabli. We have also recently, and as a nation, lost our beloved former Minister and Member of Parliament, and a woman of formidable reputation in the name of Dr. Gausitui Katie Chiape. May I kindly ask, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, that we all rise and observe a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you so very much.
Le kanana le dirang ka tiro ya semorao fa akaretsa le lona le phata la bosekisi le ne la bona tatlhegelo gareng ga maloko a bone gante kana mmeledi re Petsolonare Justice Haidupi Ngoko Makato wa lekgotla la tsa pereko le re Frederick Mpopang palatallana jaaka ba tswa go nankolwa bane ba re latlhegela na ba latlhegelwa ke matshelo a bone mme ba bothe e ne ba na le ka ha ba tsamaelanang ka teng e ne e le ditsala moathudi re Makgatho yo a tlogetseng le re Nare ka nako dingwe mo nakong tse di itileng ba kile ba dira mo lephateng le la bosekisi ha re Tshepang ene a dirile ka lobaka e le modiredi yo boikanyo a direla mo lephateng la tsa bosekisi me e ntse le mongwageng o re ne ra amogela dikgang gape tse di botlhoko tsa go latlhegelwa ke ministera wa environment and tourism re Dumizweni Mutimpulu yo le ene e neng e le motho yo na ana le kamano le makgotla a kana a te a eme mo pele ga one e le moeledi ga na gape le tagetegelo ya mo parlamente e bong Leket Kabli re nnile gape mo bogautshwanyaneng le tathegelo e kana seru se se wetseng lahatsi sa tathegelo le lathegelo jalo ke ministera ibile mo parlamente wa pele mme wa seredumo le seriti se se go godimo e bo mme Dr Tshepang ke ka mo ke ta kopang tautona bo mme le borre ba le tlotegang gore re eme ka dinao ya ka re sotla go ema re le moge ibile re gopole bao ba re latlhegetseng ke a leboga.
The late Justice Makwati, who was a very dear friend of mine, would have very much loved to witness this moment.
Re Makwati yo a re tlogetseng o ne a ka bo a yo neng e le tsalame e ga o ithata le nna o ka ba na ratile go bona tiragalo e re leng mo go yone gampieno.
I know that he would have, because him and I shared the same values in relation to justice, fairness, and the concept of doing good generally.
Ya itse gore o ka ba na ratile ka gore nna le ene re ne le na le ka ha ne re tsamaelana ka teng kana re na le ka ha re tshwanang ka teng mme ebile re na le dikeletso le megopolo e tshwanang mabapi le lephata kana le tsamaiso ya dikgotla kana kgamo tshiamo le hela go dira dilo ka tolamo mo botshelong.
He was a firm believer in justice and he feared God.
Ene ele motho yo neng a dumela thata mo tolamong ebile ana le poifo modimo.
Thank you. This speech is therefore not only my dedication to the Almighty God, but also a fitting memory to a dear friend with whom I shared a lot of thoughts about ourselves and this country, and it is as well a tribute to all those of our people who believe in the cause of justice.
Me jaanong puso e ga se gore ke go leboga rara kana Ramasedi hela ke eno gore ke segopotso sa tsala ya me ke re neng re arologana kana re gagana go le bontsi dikakanyo ka ga rona le ka ga lehatshe le tota jaanong se ke segopotso go bao botlhe ba ba neng ba dumela mo go tsamaiso dilo ka tolamo.
And because this speech is a dedication to God, what then does God say that has kept me going ever since the first days of my life, when I could tell the good from the bad?
Meka modimo se ke lebogo modimo o rileng kana a reng ka se se neng sang kgontsha gore ke nne ke tswelele ke tsamaye loeto la botshelo go tsweng hela ko matsatsing a me a ntlha a botshelo go itlhalla ke ta go lemoga bomolemo mo bosuleng.
The New International Version of the Bible records the following in the book of the prophet Jeremiah at chapter 1, verse 5.
Anodi yencha ya lekwalo la kimedi ya Keresete ke gore Bible e tlhalosa jaana mo lekwalong la moprofita Jeremiah kgaolo ya ntlha temana ya botlhano.
And I quote, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you."
Me kita dangkola onema hoko a karolana eo kerile isi ke go bope mo sebopelong ba go itse.
Before you were born, I set you apart.
Ere we isu sole ba go itshepisa.
I appointed you as a prophet of the nations.
Me ka go dira mo profite mo setšhabeng kana mo morafi.
Mr. President, I wish to remind the nation at large, and myself in particular, of your ways on that holy Sabbath morning on the 18th of January 2025, when you saw me into office to ascend to this high office in the judiciary as the country's Chief Justice.
Mototeri tautuna kerata ke go gopotse kana ki gakolo le fasile do te ka moka a mmogo le nna segolobogolo yang mahoko a gago a neng a mpolelela ka sabata o le o se boaditseng mo molemo wa tsatsi la kgwedi ya Firikgong e le 2020 monongwaga jaaka ga o ne o inkantsha gore ke tsene mo kantorong ye ya maemo a ka godimo mo lephateng la bodiredi ke le mookamedi mogolo wa basekisi.
You implored me to remember, among other things, the following.
Wangkopa thata gore gareng ga tse tsotlhe ke gakologelwe segolobogolo tse di latelang.
And I'm paraphrasing.
Me ke ta nkola ke tsa halehale mo dikgakolong tseo.
You implored me to place human rights in the front and center of all the decisions I will be making.
Nkupile jalo gore ke ele thoko ke tsesia ke be ditshwanelo tsa batho botlhe ko pele a gare mo ditshwetsong tsotlhe tse ke tla bong ke di tsaya.
That I should lead the judiciary, an important anchor of our democracy, with humility and integrity.
Le gore ke etelle lephata le la bosekisi le kalana le le botlhokwa thata mo pusong ya batho ka batho ka boikokobetso le ka tolamo.
You reminded me that in the office of the Chief Justice, I was like a high priest in the temple of justice.
Wangkhakolla jalo gore mo ofising ye ya batiribogolo kana ya ke le mogone ke ne ke tshwana le moruti mogolo yo a tabong a eteletse tempele ya tshiamiso kana go dira dilo ka tolamo.
That I owed my loyalty to the legal profession, but that I must remain humble in the exercise of my duties and listen to all voices and viewpoints of the ordinary citizens, including the views of the discrete and insular minorities, the reviled, the despised, the disempowered of this republic, and serve the interests of justice guided by the fundamental tenets of justice and human rights.
Le gore ke na le tshwanelo kana le marudi a gore ke dire dilo ka tshiamelo mo tirong ye ya semolao le gore ke tshwanetse ke nne motho yo boikobo mo go direng tseo tse ke le tseng gore ke dire ke reetse di agelo megopolo ya botlhe le bone batswana ba ba ko gae kana motswana yo motswana a re ke a sekei go akarediwa le di megopolo ya bao ba ba dirang dilo ka tshiamo ba ba porobatana le ba ba thoilweng ba tlhobogilweng ga mmogo le ba eleng gore ga bana boitiro mme ke direle lehatsile ke lebeletse ditshwanelo le tse di le gore di tsamaisana le go dira dilo ka tolamo ke la gakololwa thata ke ditumelo tse di tsamaisang kana tse di isang ko go direng dilo ka tshiamo le ka tolamo ke ntse ke tshegetsa ditshwanelo tsa batho tsa setso.
That I must strive with a view to striking a balance in the perennial social struggle of the competing views and viewpoints, to do justice according to law, emphasizing that that law must be a kind or the kind that ought to be freed from its own rigidities.
Le gore ke tshwantse ke ole ke itsetsepele mo gore ke le ka go lekalakanya dilo mo nakong tsa gampieno tse e leng gore go na le pharologanyo ka megopolo ke leka go dira ka dilo ka tshiamo le ka tolamo ke bo ke gatelele gore dilo di dirwe ka ga molao e leng gore o tabo o thofaditswe.
In my capacity as the High Priest, therefore, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I will quote two verses from the book of Proverbs, verse 10 of chapter 9 and verse 27 of chapter 10 in the New International Version.
Mo maemong a me jaanong mototegi tautona bomme le borre ba letotegang ke ta nankola go tswa mo bukeng ya boitshepo temana tse pedi go tswa mo lokwalong la ga Diane temana ele ya bolesome kgaolo ele ya boroba bongwe ga mmogo le temana ya masome a mabedi le bosupa go tsweng mo kgaolong ya bolesome.
And reading them together to myself and to my colleagues, judges and magistrates, the said verses read as follows.
Me ha ke di bala tsotlhe ka go ele nngwe ke di balela badiri ka nna ke di balela bathudi le bo magistrata di balega jaana.
Open quote. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Go boifa Jehova ke tshimologo ya botlhale.
And the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding.
Go itse moitshepi ke yone tlhaloganyo.
The fear of the Lord prolongs days,
Go boifa Jehova go oketsa malatsi.
but the years of the wicked shall be shortened. Close quote.
Mme dingwaga tsa moikepi di tla khutshwafadiwa.
The book of Proverbs then continues at chapter 24, verses 23 to 25, and says this.
Le a tswelela lekwalo le la diane go go kgaolong ya masome a mabedi le motso temana go tswang go ya masome a mabedi le boraro go itha go masome a mabedi le botlhano e gakolola go tsa e tlhalosa jaana.
Open quote. Those enlightened with wisdom have spoken these proverbs.
Bao ba toditsweng ka botlhale ba buile diane tse.
Judgment must be impartial.
Katholo e tshwanetse e sepame e ska ya tsa letlhakore.
For it is always wrong to be swayed by a person's status.
Ka gore ga go molemo go gopola bomamang jwa motho mo katholong.
If you say to the guilty, you are innocent, the nations will curse you and the people will revile you.
How ra moikepi ore o siame batho ba tla go butsa morahi o tla go thoba.
But when you convict the guilty, the people will thank you and reward you with favor. Close quote.
Me ha o othaya moikepi morafi kana batho ba tla go leboga ba tla go eleletsa tshegofatso.
Having laid that foundation, I will speak a little bit about myself. Bear with me, it is a boring story.
Morago ga ke sena go bua seo lo tla nkinela diatametsing ke tla bua ka nna mme le ntshwarele ke bolelwana e le jaana e tshwana.
Some of you may be asking yourselves as to why I should be bothering you with matters spiritual and personal to myself.
Bangwe ba lona le ka bo le ipotsa gore ke lo tshwenyetsang ka dikgang tsa tumedi le tse leng gore ke tsa metse di amang botshelo jame.
My answer to that question is this. My presence here today is all due to the grace of God.
Mme karabo ya me mo potsong eo ke gore
Sorry. My apologies.
ke ha ka mohau wa modimo.
The Lord God, the very one who knew me before I was born and set me apart as prophet of the nations, and following the president, you may say high priest of the temple of justice, has chosen this day as the one on which I should share with you a portion of my life story, insofar as it is relevant to today's events.
Ene rarayo ene yo win kitileng pele hanga solwa yo win tshepisitseng a mpa mo profita gareng ka morahi kana ampa meteledi pele gareng ka bote o topile lone tsatsi le gore enele lone le tsatsi le ke ta kgaogana le lona karolwana ye ya polelwana ya bonthabongwe ya boselo jame mme ke kgaogana le lona hela se leng gore se amana le ditiragalo tsa ka jeko se le mo botshelong jwame.
It is important that I do so because going forward, This will help you to understand and appreciate why I have had to do things the way I have done them.
mme go botlhokwa gore ke dira yalo go yeng pele gore go te go le thusa gore bangwe lo tlhaloganye le bo lo itse gore ke eng ke dira dilo ka ha ke dirang ka teng le gore ke eng ke ne ke tshwanetse gore di dire ka ha ke di dirileng ka teng.
Because in other times, I did those things even to your chagrin or utter dismay.
Ka gore ga gongwe ke dira dilo ka mokgwa o leng gore o ka le go mosa maikutlo kana gongwe o makatsi.
Firstly, it will be important for you to know that I fear God more than I can ever fear any person under the sun.
E re hela go tshimologo ke tlhalosa gore ke boiha ramasedi hela thata go na le hang ka tshaba yo re gatang ha tshile mmogo o ana male madi.
Secondly, God has always been faithful to me and has, as a result, saved me and cared for me and preserved me for this moment.
Sa bobedi modimo yo wa me ke modimo yo boikanyo ke modimo yo a mpolokileng ke modimo yo a ntshireleditseng mme a ba a mpolokela le sone sebaka se re leng mo go sone se.
Had it not been so, I tell you, I would have long departed this earth.
Ha nne go sa nna jalo a mmaruri ke a lo raya nka bo ke sale ke hulere.
As I was growing up, I was told of a story about an incident that occurred in my infancy and at a cattle post homestead.
E rile ha ke ntse ke gola go tsaka mantswe mangwe ke thutuga ke ne ka bolelela ka polelwana ya tiragalo e ntiragaletseng bonnyaneng jwa me mme e ntiragalela jalo go gae ko merakeng.
The story is obviously hearsay, some of you will argue, but I submit that it is the kind of hearsay that is admissible.
Polelwana e ke magati mme ke rata ke tlhalosa gore ke a itse gore bangwe ba lona ba ka bata go igweta mme ke rata ke re a magatwe ke a tshwanetseng gore kana ke a ka amogelesegang.
And I think coming from a Chief Justice, it should be.
Mme ebile ke dumela gore jaanong ka ebile a tswa mo bathudimogolong lo tshwanelwa ke gore lo a dumele.
Excuse me. It is said that I was nearly swept away when, following a heavy downpour, water entered the hut I had been sleeping in, only for me to be luckily saved by a thorn bush perimeter fence encircling the homestead.
Story kana pula e tlhalosa gore ke batile go gogolwa ke dipula tsa matakadibe morago ga di sena gona metsi a sena go tsena mo tung ya Setswana e ke neng ke robetse mo go yone mme ka bolesego ka go thuswa ke mathaku a neng a geletse jarata a nkemisa ho.
I was found screaming and injured.
Ba itshelwa ke go agwa ho ke dikgobalong.
And thanks to the thorn bush perimeter fence, I was definitely headed for the furiously overflowing Motlotse River.
Ke meditswe ke Motoutse.
Excuse me.
Yo ina shuma.
And God had decided to save me because even before I was born, He had set me apart, and it was for this moment.
Mme Modimo a bona go le molemo gore a ntshireletse ka gore le pele ga a ka tsholwa o ne a intshepisetsa sone sebaka se re mo go sonese.
I was again saved by the grace of God when, as a very small boy, attending primary school in Madinari, I was taken away
ne ka sirelediwa ko ne modimo ha ke santse ke le mosimatshana ke tsena sekolo se se potana go motseng wa Madinare mme ka tsewa
Excuse me, the lights are too strong for me. Yes, I was saying I was taken away in a motor vehicle by a teacher whom I knew very well as a distant relative of mine from my father's side. He had made me to sit in front, but added that I should sit low down on the footrest on the passenger side. I sat, stooped down there out of sight. He drove into the village. He would stop every now and then, greeting people and exchanging pleasantries with them. Let me say to you, these are just tears of joy. Those people who could not see me, I'm sorry, because I had innocently and sheepishly obeyed his subtle but dubious instruction that I must stay down there, lest people would see me and be envious that I was riding in front in a motor vehicle. He drove until we got to a very big house by the standards of those days. He got out of the motor vehicle and told me, somewhat gently but very strongly, that I must remain seated there. But no, not really seated, but rather hidden. He came back and muttering a bit loudly to himself and almost also telling me, quote, the man is not there. We drove back to his home, where upon arrival he told me to go to my home. I got home when it was already dark and found my mother in a state of distress and worried.
She asked me where I had been all along. ke ntse ke le kae nako tse tsotlhe.
I told her, describing the route we had taken and the place we had been to. She started to sob uncontrollably.
Ke ne ka mmolella le ka ba ka mokela le tsela e re ne re tsa me ka bona a simolla jaanong a thubega ka selemo.
I did not understand then, but over the years I understood.
Ke ne ke le mo lehing ka nako tseo ke sa tlhaloganye ya re dijara di ntse di tsamaya ka hathologa ka tlhaloganya.
I had, by the grace of God, escaped a clear possibility of being a victim of a ritual killing.
Ka one mohau wa modimo ole ka nna ka harola gore ke tswe mo tsa sethabelo yo a ka bong a dirisitswe mo polaong ya go dira dipheko.
The children with whom I had been playing that day would have said that the poor teacher had taken me away, and he would have denied it and called the people whom he had greeted along the way to come and bear witness that they had seen him that day, but that he was not accompanied by any child.
Ba na ba ke neng ke tshameka le bone ka nako eo ba ka bo ba rile ba re moruta bana yo le kena motsereng mme ya re ena ata a itatola a bitsa ba neng a tsamaya a ema ka nna ba la ba dumedisa mme ba ta go ha bosupi ba tlhalosa gore ga ise ke be re mmone a na le mosimatshana kana ngwana ope.
Those people would have been telling the truth.
Mme tota ba ne ba ka bo bone ba bua boammaaruri.
In terms of our laws, as I know now, or as I later came to know, his alibi would have helped him escape, not only being prosecuted, but even being arrested.
Go ya ka molao wa rona ya ka ha ke na ya re morago ya nong ke hathulogile ka itemogela go latohatsa bolente ja gagwe ka nako eo o ka bo mo thuisitse gore a halole mme a se ka halola hela go sekisiwa le gone gore jaanong a tshwarwe.
And I would have easily but painfully died, with the perpetrators remaining untouched by the law, but heavily and reasonably suspected by our people as my killers.
Ke ka bo ke tsamaile kana kile ga mo hunyela motho nyana hela jalo mme ka tsela e motho ba ba dirileng kana yo a dileng seo a ba le ene a ka halola go ka seka kana go tsena mo ateng tsa basepodisi.
I would have become another statistic.
Ke ka bo ke le mongwe wa bao ba go ka ega gore ba boletse go ka dira dipheko.
But the Lord God saved me, and I still say it was for this day, and that is why I fear God.
Me ramasedi rara anna antsireletsa sone sebaka se tsone nako e motswana Yesu ke ka mo kereng ke santse modimo ke mmoi ha le jana.
I come from the very humblest of the humble background.
Ke tswa ko lapeng le go ikobileng go heta go ikoba
Nyaman, ke tswa ko lapeng la bahumane.
la bahumane. Sorry.
I am steeped in the traditions of humility and botho.
Ke se ka metse thata kana ke go metse thata ka ha ngwaong ya boikobo le botho.
Those of you who may find me to be too humble, even to a point of meekness, it is not because I'm a fool or stupid. I grew up fearing God, and I still am, and I will continue to be.
Ba rona ba ka bona gore gongwe ke ikobile thata kana gongwe ba be ba bone le gore o ka re ke bori ga se gore gongwe kana ke setsokana ke se ke godile ke boiga modimo mme ke santse ke mmoiga ebile ke tla tswelela ke nna ke mmoiga.
I belong to the poor and the weak, the vulnerable of our society.
Ke wela mo ba ba go tlhane ile ba sang ino lipe ba sa lwang ke lo intimo chale ya rona.
During my university days, I encountered a very sad situation, the death of a 14-year-old girl in Muchudi, known by the names Sahametsi Mokhumutsi.
Mo tsatsing kana mo dinakong tsa me tsa ke le ko madikolong ke ne ka kopana le tiragalo e neng e ngomola pelo loso la mosotsanyana yo dingwaga di neng di le lesome le bone wa ko motseng wa Motshudi e bong Sahametsi Mokhumutsi.
I was then the president of the Student Representative Council, and her death reminded me of my own personal experience where, by the grace of God, I had cheated death by a whisker under almost similar circumstances.
Kana ko yo ke ne ke le moeteledipele wa ba Student Representative Council me le sola gagwe la nkgakolla tiragalo e neng ya ntiragala gore le nna kana ke ne ka halola ka mogao wa modimo ka kgona go tswa ka tshoba la mogodu mo mabakeng a tshwanang le ona.
What happened then is a matter of historical record.
Me se se diragetseng ka nako eo jaanong ke kgang ya ditso.
I was later arrested and prosecuted, allegedly for inciting riots.
Ya re morago ka tshwarwa me ka gogelwa mo pele ga magota molato o ke neng gote ke rotloeditse dikgoberego kana tuka-tuka.
At the trial, I was represented by none other than Dr Tshepang Motswagole.
Ko sekong eo ke ne ke sa emela kope ga e se Motswagole Tshepo Motswagole.
The now Judge President of the Gaborone Division of the High Court.
Ene Judge President wa Gaborone Division ya High Court.
I was acquitted and discharged because I had not incited any riots.
Ke ne ka golwa ke sa bona molato ka gore ke ne ke sa rotloetsa kana ke sa goteletsa dikgoberego ka tsela epe.
I went through a fully-fledged trial, but the killers of Sahametsi Mokhumutsi were never found and prosecuted.
Me nna ke ne ka tsamaya leeto le le leele la tsheko go ba ya ikhutong me bao ba ba neng le ba bolai ba ga Sahametsi Mokhumutsi bone ga ba iseke ba bonwe ba gogele mo pele ga magota.
Some of you may be asking yourselves, has this affected the way I approach legal issues pertaining to cases allegedly associated with or having resemblances of a ritual killing?
Bangwe ba lona ba ka ba tswa ba ipotsa gore a mme se ka tswa sa mile ka ga ke itebaganyang ka teng le dikgang tse di amanang kana di atamelanye le dikgang tse tsa polo batho ba go dira dipheko.
In short, do I look at those excuse me? In short, do I look at those cases and appear to be biased against those accused, either wrongly or rightly, of being suspected to be perpetrators? Do I forget my duty as a judge to judge according to law and justly, following the law and my good conscience when dealing with such cases because of my personal history?
A ke lebega e le motho yo e leng gore ke gogela kobo e leng thangwe kgatlhanong le bao ba e leng gore ba lebisitswe melato mo dikganyeng tseo kana ke dira dilo dingwe ka tsela e sokameng kana ke tsa ba belaela mo dikganyeng ka tsela nngwe kana ke lebala tiro ya me ya boathudi ke le moathudi gore ke tshwanetse ke atlhole go ya ka ga molaong le ka tshiamo ke latahaditse ana ke setse molao morago le tsone sagakolodi sa me se ke dumelang thata mo go sone ga ke itabaganya le dikgang tseo kana yaanong ke gapogile ka mabaka a tsa me tse di kileng tsa ntiragalela mo botshelong.
On that question, I will allow you to be the judges. But if you ask me, I will give you a big no as the answer.
Me mo potsong eo ke talo leta gore ke lona lo nne baathudi me ga le mpotsa nna ke tare nnyaa yo motona.
Even under the most extreme of pressures, I have never, will never bend over when it comes to, and will never bend over when it comes to doing justice according to law.
Le ha o ka nna le diemo tse di gatellang ka mokgwa o ntseng jang o ka tsang go te go godimo ga e keta ebile ga ke ise ka tsela epe ke sokame kana ke se ke sale morago.
Those of you with a good memory, ladies and gentlemen, may still remember my encounter with the case of Honorable Dr. Maseka, who in a reverse of fortunes had appeared before me under circumstances that one would not wish against a fellow mortal.
Bangwe ba lona bomme le borre ba lotutagan lo ka gakologelwa ka tswa le santse le gakologelwa gore ke kile ka amana le kgang ya ga motutegi Dr. Maseka yo dilo di neng tsa a ta mo pele ga me ka one mabaka a tshwanang le yao le a gore kana a setang motho o ka o yeleletsa moka o lengwe kana moka ene.
The skeptics would have expected me to keep him in prison for no reason.
Ba ipeletsi kana bao ba belelang dilo ba ka ba suletse gore ke ka bo ke mmele go kgologela ntelele ba ka lepe.
And then today, you would be saying, okay, now we understand.
Sa tseno ka bolere oh jaanong ra tlhaloganya.
And I assure you, my countrymen, the people of Botswana, that you can trust me, and with me, trust your judiciary to serve the people of Botswana with humility.
Me jaanong ke a lo tshepisa Batswana beso, ke a lo tshepisa ba gaetsho gore nna lo ntshepe mme le tshepe boathudi jo re nang le jone le gore re ta direla Batswana ka boikokobetso.
Why have I given you this synoptic? Thank you so very much. Why have I given you this synoptic history of the person whom the President has appointed as your Chief Justice?
King hakine kile natolela polelona nyana e ya go selo jwa mi ya motho ye le gore tautona o mo thopile gore ene moathudi mogolo.
Some people have also, rightly in my view, pointed to the history of my previous life as a student activist and later in the political space, and sought to wonder as to why I had to traverse that path.
Bangwe ba mego ba le mo wa marori ba ntse kana ba buile dikgang tsa botshelo ba me ya go morago tsana go tsa nenkele moithuti ka sekolong segolo ke na le karolo e ke diragang ka ke tsa mo go tsa sepolotiki me le gammogo le mo botshelong ya me tsa sepolotiki tse ke le ka tsa karolo mo go tsone ba ipotsa gore king ha ine ka tshwana ke gore ke tse tselae.
My answer to such wonderment is that God was preparing me for this moment.
Jaanong karabo ya me mo go ipotse mo ga bone ke gore modimo o na ntwetsa a nthokoletsa sone sebaka se.
Okay, I will accept that you have gone ahead of me. I was being chiseled out, molded, shaped, and refined into the persona that you see today.
Ke ne ke loediwa ke thulwa ke tlhamaladiwa ke baakanyediwa sone sebaka seo se bonang re le mo go sone kana seemo se ke le mo go sone gampieno.
I had to be an almost victim of crime so that I could, in my later exalted life, fully understand the plight and trauma of the poor and the underprivileged.
Ke tshwantse kana ke tshwanelwa ke gore ke nne motswasetlhabelo mo melatong kana mo dikganyeng tsa borukutlhi gore ke tle ke nne le itemogelo jaanong mo botshelong jwa me ke setse ke thatogile gore ke tlhaloganye diemo tse ba humanegi kana ba ba ikotase ba tsamayang mo go tsone le tsela gore di a ba diragalela.
I had to be a politician so that as head of the judiciary, another arm of government, I should interact with the future role players in the political space of the divide.
Ke ne ke tshwanna gore ke nne le politiki gore e re ke le moeteledipele wa tsa boathudi lekalana le lengwe le makalana a tsamaisang goromente ke nne le go ka amana kana go ka nna le tirisano le bao ba isago ba tabeng e le bone ba tsang karolo mo go sa sepolotiki.
I have been an accused in a court of law so that I could understand what it really means, or in real terms, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Ke hogatswe mo mapele ga makgotla ke lebisitswe molato gore ke kgone go tlhaloganya gore sente go raeng gore ga go te motho ga molato go fitlhelela lekgotla le ka tlhalosa gore o molato.
God was preparing me for this moment, I still say.
Modimo o na mpakanyetsa one monyetla o re mo gone mo nakong ya gompieno e santse ke rialo.
But why so?
Gone mme keng go ntse jalo?
Why so?
Keng go le jalo?
I ask this question, ladies and gentlemen, but only on your behalf, because some of you may be asking yourselves, does a judge or a judicial officer's personal history and social class play any role in how they approach legal issues?
Ke botsa potso e bomme le borre ba le totegang ke botsa boemong ja lona ka gore bangwe ba lona ba ka ba tswa ba ipotsa gore a mme moathudi kana yo e leng gore o athola dikgang mo pele ga lekgotla botshelo ja gagwe kana ditiragalo tse di mo diragetseng mo botshelong ja gagwe le seemo kana serumo sa gagwe mo setšhabeng di na le karolo e di tsayang mo go itebaganyeng le dikgang tsa semolao ga gagwe.
Edwin Cameron, who is now a Justice of Appeal in our Court of Appeal, and in an article titled Judicial Accountability in South Africa, reported in the South African Journal on Human Rights, Volume 6, number 2, 1990, at page 258, posits or states as follows.
Edwin Cameron yo e leng moathudi mo lekgotleng legolo la boikuelo la bona mo mokwalong wa bontshitseng wa sethogo sa maikarabelo a baathudi kana baathudi mo Aforika e Borwa ya Journal number 2 ya 1990 on page 258 o tlhalositse jana.
Open quote, judges do not enter public office as ideological virgins.
Baathudi ga ba te mo ofising hela ba le legotlo go sena se se leng mo ditlhaloganyong tsa bone.
They ascend the bench with built-in and often strongly held set of values, preconceptions, opinions, and prejudices.
Ba tsena mo ofising tse bana le tse di mo go bone tse di tshetsetseng tse di agileng mo go bone jaaka ditelo tsa gore ba go dira yang bana le megopolo e batlang ka yone le tse leng gore ke tse di ba tshwenyang tota.
These are inevitable, expressed in the decisions they give, constituting inarticulate premises in the process of judicial reasoning, close quote.
Tse ke tsone tse di helang di supagala mo ditshwetsong tsa badintsha mo pele ga lekgotla e nne dilo dingwe tse e leng gore di kaega yaanong e le dikgoreletsi mo ditshwetsong tsa ba ka bong badintsha mo tirong ya bone ya go ranola tsa phomolao. Tse e helela di supega kana di sa supege sentle mo ditshwetsong tsa bone tsa batho ba dintsha e be e helela e nna dilo dingwe tse e leng gore e nna dikgoreletsi mo ditshwetsong tsa batho ba dintsha mo tirong ya bone.
I will accept only because you are an expert in interpretation, but I don't agree.
Is that so? Sorry.
So, as I lead this judiciary of our beautiful and beloved republic as your Chief Justice, it will be difficult for me to forget that the poor and the vulnerable, the underprivileged, need a justice system that will protect their human and other fundamental rights.
Kajolo itari mo ga teleleng bele gami le patale la wa tudi mona hatsin la luna le tekile ma tudi mo holo hota na thata mo na hore ile ba le hore baba di ko di pushane le baba tshabelwang ke ilo baba senang bi diro ba thokana le bosekisi kana tsiamelo ya bosekisi leng hore e sireletsa di channel tsa bone ka mmogo le di channel tse dingwe tsa bone tsa botlhokwa.
I will briefly and quickly deal with the judiciary as we understand it.
Ka bukhusane bile ka boyo ke ta itebaganya le bosekisi ka ha go tlhaloganya ka teng.
Botswana is founded on a constitutional democracy that, amongst other things, subscribes to the doctrine of separation of powers as between the traditional three arms of government, that is the executive, parliament, and the judiciary.
Hasi yarona le ingehile momola motheo wa puso ya batho ka batho o ile gore gareng ga ne o nampola dintlha di le tharo kana makalana ale mararo a tsamaisi ya puso e bong o tsamaisi parlamente le bosekisi.
Parliament passes laws for the good order and government of the Republic of Botswana. The executive arm of government being the presidency and cabinet, and the public service bureaucratic machinery exercises executive power by implementing the laws passed by Parliament and other government policies and programs of government as crafted by the executive.
Bo tsamaisi parlamente e dira molao melao e leng gore ke yone e tabong bo tsamaisi bo e dirisa ka mmogo ka tsamaiso ya bodiredi ya puso e dirisa jalo di melawana e tabong le gore governmente o dira di policy kana mananeo le dithulaganyo tsa governmente jaaka ditabo di alwa ke bo tsamaisi ja lehazi.
The judiciary's key role is to interpret and apply the laws passed by Parliament in its adjudicatory role. The courts also play the oversight role of ensuring that the other two arms of government, in the exercise of their mandate, as provided in the Constitution of Botswana, do so without violating the constitutional and other rights of the subjects as protected by law.
Bosekisi bo karolo ya jone e kholo ke gone go ranola molao le gone go bona jalo gore melao e ntshitsweng ke parlamente ya diragadiwa e sala morago mme ga mo tirong ya yone ya bosekisi magota gape a dira tiro ya go bona gore governmente mo go diragatseng jalo tse tabong a di dira go ya ka molao motheo wa lehatshile o dira jalo a sa gataki ditshwanelo tsa di tswang mo molao motheong tsa batho ba lehatshe kana tsa Batswana jaaka ha di bo di sireleditswe ke molao.
This the courts do in the exercise of their review powers and or supervisory role by way of making declaratory orders pertaining to the rights sought to be enforced by the subject or those adversely affected by the wrongful exercise of executive power.
Se magota a go ka se dira ka gore a ntshe ditshwetso tse di sekasekilweng le gone go tsa karolo ya go bona gore ba laola kana ba tsanya ditho tse di tabong di ntshitswe le ditshwetso tsa ke magota a mangwe le gone go bona gore go diragadiwa thulaganyo ya gore ditshwanelo tsa batho di a diragadiwa ke bao kana ba ba tabong ba laotswe gore ba dire jalo ba sa amane ka mokgwa o be ba tshokamo le ditshwetso tsa botsamaisi ya lehatshe.
The judiciary also bears the burden of ensuring the protection of human rights through the pronouncements the court may make in a wide variety of cases, either between subject inter se or between the executive and the subjects.
Le khota la bosekisi gape le marodi a go bona gore le sireletsa ditshwanelo tsa batho ka mokgwa wa go ntsha kana ka ditshwetso tse tabong le dintsha mo pele ga makgotla le go dira mo dikganyeng tse di harologaneng e le tshireletso e ka tswang e le gareng ga batho ka bobone kana gareng ga batho le botsamaisi bogogi di a lehatshe.
And in the exercise of such powers and responsibilities, the judiciary has to act impartially, independently, and in a just manner in accordance with the dictates of the law.
Me mo go diratseng di thata tseo le marudi ao bosekisi bo tshentse bo dira jalo bo sa gogele go bontsha epe ebile bo sa go thagothodidi ka tsela epe bo dira ka mokgwa wa tolamo ka ha molao o tlhalosang gore dilo di tshentse di dire ka teng.
It does so without fear, favor, or ill will. Hence they say, let justice is blind and treats all equally before the law, regardless of your status or station in life.
Me badira jalo ba sena poifo epe kana go leka go siamisetsa dilo kana mogopolo wa tshokamo ke ka mo ba tlhalosang gore tebo ya dilo ka ditho la semolao e kare tsokate e siametse botlhe e leba dilo ka ditho la tekatekanyo go sa kgathalesege gore mang ke mang kana motho ke wa seemo sehe mo botshelong.
And in discharging all these functions, powers and duties, the judiciary is under the leadership of a Chief Justice who relies on the executive for all the resources, human, material, and financial, that the judiciary may require from time to time.
Me mo go dirahatseng tse tsotlhe di nonogo le ditiro lephata le la boathudi la bolele ka tlase ga boeteledipele ja moathudi mogolo yo ene a ikegileng ka bogogi ya lehatshe gore a bone tsotlhe tsa di tlhokang e ka tswa e le bodiredi di dirisiwa kana dithuso tsa madi mme o ka tsa tabong a ka di tlhoka nako le nako gore a dire tseo.
The relationship between the judiciary and the other arms of government ought therefore to be a symbiotic and collaborative one, but fundamentally respectful of the independence of the judiciary.
Yanan tumagano ya bosekisi le ma kalana amangwe a botsamaisi kana a gormente e sentse gore e nne e tsepameng e totileng sentle gore tse di botlhokwa le tse di tshwanetseng gore di dirwe go sa go tsagotwe kana go sa amane le boemo nosi kana go dira dilo ka tolamo ga bosekisi.
Dispute resolution, as a key function of the courts, is a necessary imperative in a democratic society rooted in the rule of law, and is a key component of democratic stability and economic prosperity. It also ensures positive social cohesion.
Tharabollo di khotang kana go tlhoka go utana gareng ga bobedi ke selo se se botlhokwa mo magoteng mme ebile e botlhokwa thata mo lehatsheng la puso ya batho ka batho kana mo bathong ba ba tsamayang ka puso ya batho ka batho ba e remeletseng mo molaong mme ebile ke sengwe se se botlhokwa mo go diseng seredumo le itshetelo ga mmogo le kgwelo ya itsholelo.
Where the courts fail in this duty, the consequences can sometimes not only be chaos, but also result in public disorder.
Ha makgotla a palolwang teng ditlamorago ga se gore nako e nngwe hela di ka nna masisi kana tsa lere ka kakano mme o itlhela ga gongwe maduo e le gore le sone setšhaba se lela o kare jaanong go setswa mo taolong.
The economic growth of any country and its ability to attract investors, either locally or globally, is highly dependent on a functioning and responsive justice ecosystem founded on strong foundations of judicial impartiality and independence, rested on credibility, ethical conduct, public trust and confidence, and respect for human rights.
Kgolo ya la itshwarelo ya lehatshe lengwe le lengwe le bokgoni ya gore o ka ngoka bao ba ileng ba hwebi ba tswa konte kana bale mo la sing e remeletse thata mo go direng ga boathudi jo e leng gore bo lebelela dilo ka ditho la tsibogo melebile le sena tshokamo le boikemetse bo ikanyega kana bo remeletse mo boikanyego bona le boitshwaro jo bo amogelesegang bo tshepiwa ke morahi ebile setšhaba se dumela thata mo goreng se dira dilo ka tshiamo ebile ba tshegetsa ditshwanelo tsa setho.
What then is the judiciary that we envisage for this republic? And before answering that question, it is important to find our bearings and locate where we are and where we are coming from.
Yang king serkan kesana sesubang chiamelo kana le pata la busekisi la chiamelo la honna yalo re tshwantse re lebelle mo go tse di latelang.
I will quickly run through the challenges that we faced in the year 2024.
Ka bokhusanyane ka boheho ke ta tabogale dikgweto tse re ne ra kopana le tsone mo ngwageng wa 2024.
Mr. President, the year 2024 was an eventful year.
Mototegi tautona ngwaga wa 2024 ene le ngwaga o nang kana o tetseng ka ditiragalo.
Firstly, the country went through an election that ushered in a new government led by a political party that had never won a general election before, and seating another that had ruled Botswana for a period of almost 58 years, since independence.
Santa le hasi le satwa go tswa mo dithopong. Dithopo tse di heletseng di lere mmuso kana botsamaisi goromente yo mosha yo ne ngata ka pati ya sepolotiki e isking mo disong e henyi dithopo e ntsha pati e leng gore yone ene ya busa la sile dingwaga di le 52.
This was indeed a momentous occasion for the country, as it subjected our democratic values and credentials to the highest test.
Me elorori ine litirahalo kana zerahalo ele gore ine ya tisa dilo tsene ndiga tshwanelo di tshomelo kana dilo ya je ka gore ene ya ba mo kgethong kana mo go tshikinya go dilo buikanya go ya rona ya bo leka go tsenetse hela thata.
And the country passed the test with flying colors when the former president, His Excellency Dr Makwati Masisi, handed over the baton of power to President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko of the Umbrella for Democratic Change in a seamless transfer of power never experienced before.
Melahase le ladira kana lahinga seo ladira botsoro hela thata ka tautuna wa pele mototegi Dr Makwati Masisi a rolela Yohane Ngatsena Alemocha Ebon Mututegi Tautuna Advocate Duma Gideon Boko wa Umbrella for Democratic Change Hosena Makwere Abe.
The transfer of political power was supervised by my predecessor, the immediate former Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Charles Ranwani, in his capacity as the returning officer for presidential elections.
Mena elana yo ine ka tasega tokomelo kana botsamaisi je yo kitsa mo go ene e bo mo atsudi mogolo wa pele re Justice Charles Ranwani le moetele ka na go ene le moetele mogolo pele wa dithopo.
It is now my singular honor, therefore, Mr. President, and on behalf of the Judiciary of Botswana, to heartily congratulate you and your government on having been entrusted by Botswana with the mantle of leadership for the country.
Me kajalo motutegi mogolo tautuna ke itlhokometso ya me ga mmogo le mo boemong ja le kalana le la bosekisi la Botswana gore ka boyotlhe go tswa mo pelong ya me ke go lebogise go bo Batswana ba bone go le molemo gore ba go tshepe ka boeteledipele le botsamaisi jwa lefatshe.
We wish. Thank you. We wish you the very best as you captain the onward march of this country to prosperity for all.
Re go eleletsa tsotlhe tse di molemo jaaka ga o tabo o re goga o re gogela ko hatsheng ja kana ko go molemo.
We also express our deepest appreciation of the statesmanship exhibited by the former president, His Excellency Dr. Makwati and his party in accepting the will of the people.
Me re rata gape ka boikopetso re lemoge botho itshwaro bo bontle bo bo dirilweng ke Presidenta kana moetapele wa pele Rre Dr. Makwati le ba pati ya gagwe go bo ba amogetse phetogo eo le go amogela se leng keletso ya Batswana.
We congratulate the other role players in the political space, and in that regard, congratulate Honorable Dumelan Salsando, whose party emerged as the main opposition in Parliament, earning him the position of leader of the official opposition in the National Assembly.
Re rata re le bogele batsa karolo ba bangwe mo ilonte ya sepolotiki me ka gone mo kana kao re le boge mototegi Re Dumelang Salsando yo phate ya gagwe e thatogileng kana e thapogileng go nna yone phate kgolo ya kganetso e boimo ha go tshono ya gore e nne ene moeteledipele wa phate. We
congratulate the people of Botswana for having exercised their constitutional right to vote in a peaceful and most admirable manner. And going forward, our democracy can only be stronger.
Re leboga batho ba Botswana go bo ba diragaditse tshwanelo ya bone e tswang mo molaong motheong ya go thopa me ba thopa ka mokgwa o nang le kagiso ebile e le mokgwa o a leletsegang ke dumela jalo gore go a pele se thokgamo le le dula le rena le lone mo lehatsheng le ta gola le go feta.
As the judiciary will continue to play our oversight and supportive role in the quest to improve the lives of Botswana and all those who live in this country.
Mere le bopata la bosekisi re ta tswalela ka go nna re diragatsa karolo ya rona ya go lebella tsotlhe gore di tsamaya sentle le bo re lebella le gone gore re dira ka tsela e gore e ta nonotsha e ta oketsa e ta baakanya matshelo a Batswana le tsotlhe bao botlhe ba nnang mo Botswana.
May I therefore at this juncture kindly ask the attendance of this court session, with the exception of yourself, Mr. President, to rise and give the President and his government, especially the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Nelson Ramaotwana, and his deputy, Honorable Augustine Nyatanga, a round of congratulatory applause. Thank you so very much.
Megitse yona na go e ke kope lotlhe ba le leng mo ndoneng ye ba lo tseneletseng tiragalo e mo ntlong ye nte hela ga gago wena mototegi Tautona gore re eme re neele Tautona le botsamaisi ya gagwe segolobogolo jang Minister wa Justice Rre Ramaotwana Nelson Ramaotwana le mothusi wa gagwe re ba opele matsogo re ba he yone tota yeo re ba lebogise ya leboga.
You know, our president, I don't know whether he will allow me. He can be an enigma. I was expecting to see the president today. but the person who appeared decided to submit to the jurisdiction of the court by appearing as the officer of the court as Advocate Duma Gideon Bokok. We thank you so very much, Mr. President, for having shown this humility. I think where the President submits to the jurisdiction of the court, the nation has no choice. We do not intend to keep you here for a long time, and as a result, we have prepared an annual report for the year 2024. The report will be made available excuse me, to you, Mr. President, as well as to members of the public and our key stakeholders. The report captures what we had set out to achieve in the past year. And the challenges we encountered. The report will therefore provide a springboard against which we shall be launching our future programs. I will therefore give only but a brief synopsis of what we had intended to achieve in the past year. And this, Mr. President, is only by way of accounting to our people. We had in our organizational strategy map set out to improve stakeholder engagement, deliver quality judicial services, and improve communication with our stakeholders, among other things. In the report, you will come to note that we had made efforts to collaborate with our stakeholders like the International Association of Women Judges, that is Botswana chapter, currently chaired by Judge Kanyaho of the Industrial Court, the Financial Intelligence Agency, the Botswana Police Service, the Southern and East African Chief Justice Forum, and many others in an effort to provide training for our judicial officers, among other things.
International Association of Women Judges, Botswana, Industrial Court, Financial Intelligence Agency, Bas Police Botswana, Southern and Eastern African Chief Justice Forum, Amanti, Kama Ikelo Aho Leka Hore, re le re bothathaledi le thutontsho gareng ga boathudi jwa rona.
And maybe as a footnote, I can only state here now that I'm the only male member. If I'm not, I think I'm correct. I'm the only male member of the International Women Justice Association in Botswana. We have also engaged with our key stakeholders, for instance, the Law Society of Botswana, in order to improve communication and the sharing of ideas aimed at improving service delivery.
Re tsere khato gape ga pele ra ikgolaganya le ba re dirisana le bone e bomba le kanala le la diagente kgotsa Law Society of Botswana go leka gore re tokahatse neelano dikitso kana puisano ga mmogo le go neelana megopolo mo kganyeng ya go ntsha ditirelo.
It will also be remembered that the Law Society of Botswana did not attend the 2024 legal year opening ceremony on account of what they considered to be lack of responsiveness to their grievances pertaining to how we dealt with their complaints.
Go ta le mosa ga pe gore lone ba ne ba le kana le la Law Society o tswana go tsala ya gente bana ba ska ba tsenela tirelo ya go tshwana le ya ngwa go hitileng ka mabaka a gore ba ne ba dumela jalo gore ga ga tsibogelwa dingongora tse bana le tsone mabapi le gore go itebagangwa jang le dingongora tse ba di le reng pele.
And as a footnote, I'm stating an official position. The Law Society of Botswana did not attend last year's legal opening ceremony. In the course of this address, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I will refer to the processes that we are going to put in place going forward, aimed at resolving the issues raised by the Law Society of Botswana.
Mo tsamong ya piso ya me botutagita utuna bo me le borre ba le tutega kita namkola mo thulaganyo nyere le pele ya gore ra go itebaganya yang go ya pele mo go raraboleng dikgang tse di dirilweng pele ke le kana le la boagente.
We face challenges relating to shortage of resources, both human, financial, and material.
Re lebagane ke dikgwetlho tse di amanang le thaelo ya bodiredi ditamelo ga mmogo le lone didi.
The shortage of court reporters has impacted negatively on our ability to provide quality service delivery in relation to timely production of records of trial proceedings for purpose of appeal.
Thaelo ya bakwaledi kana bo court reportera ya bile hela thata bokgoni ya rona ja gore ya nong re ntshe ditamelo kana dithuso tse re leng ma bile gore go ba ka ngwe di tsheko tsa pele gore go di iswe di file go pele go tsamaisiwe ipuelo kana go diragadwe dikgang tsa ipuelo.
We have also experienced challenges in relation to the court buildings that we use throughout the country, as there is a challenge in relation to the air conditioning system, and our clients and stakeholders are compelled and forced to work under very extreme conditions of heat. I wanted to say something else. I'll stop there.
Ba reba nena ditirelo tsa rona ba iphitlhela ba le mo seemong sa gore ba tamega gore ba bereke kana ba mogele ditemelo tsa rona mo diemong tse di bokete jaaka mogote o eteletseng. Ke batla go bua sengwe ke taeba.
Our computerized records management system, that is CRMS, has also failed us due to what the technicians tell us that it is a system failure.
Boranyane jarona jago amogela le go kwala ka boranyane kana record management system di khantri ya mogala le jone bo re thotse me bo re thola ka mokgwa o leng gore bo maitsana be ba ba lebagane le yone ba re ke mo e leng gore ya no go phuthana.
This has resulted in delays when registering cases and generally providing quality court services. Okay, let me just finish. It has as well affected our processes, including exploring the e-filing module that we wanted to put in place.
Ha pata go badisiwe ka dikgang le hela go nela ditirelo mo lekgoteng ga mmogo le gone gore go kwadisa dikgang ga rona ka boranyane go nnile bonyana gona ga nna le tiego.
We have also encountered challenges in the area of law reporting. Our law reporting unit, under the leadership of Ms. Motlalipula Setlai, has had serious backlogs in the production of law reports, mainly due to limited financial resources.
Re nnile le kgwetlho ye nngwe gape ne ra lebagana le yone ga go tla ko goreng yaanong go dirwe dibuka tse di begang ditshwetso tse di tserweng mo makgotleng a rona go le pele. Lekalana leo le le ka tlase ga bolaodi jwa ga mme Motlalipula Setlai lo nnile le go ka salla morago hela mo go tsitsibenyang pele mo go dirweng ga dipego tseo mme lebaka legolo e le yone tlhaelo ya madi.
The master's office has also continued to experience poor service delivery due to extreme shortages in manpower and limited facilities in places far away from the main centers of Gaborone and Francis Town.
Lekalana le la rona le le itebagantseng le go dikgang tsa boswa le go kwadisa di-trustee ke gore master's office le yone e sweletse ka go nna le bothata ja go tlhoka go ntsha ditirelo ka mo go lekaneng segolo kana lebaka legolo e le yone tlhaelo ya bodiredi le ditamelo tse di tlhaelang mo mahelong a kgakala go tswa mo di-officing tsa bone tsa banang le tsone tse pedi e bong ya Gaborone le ya Francis Town.
In relation to the magistrates' courts, there has been a big challenge in some parts of Botswana where such facilities are not readily available within a reasonable distance.
Mapi le magota a bo magistrata go nnile le kana go ntse go na le dikgwetlho mo lehatsheng dikarolo dingwe tsa lehatshe ko e leng gore ditamelo tsa go nna jalo di ne di sa kgonagale kana gore di ka hithelelo kana di sa neteng ka mabaka a bogakana.
In the magistrates' courts, which Judge Moroka has always aptly described as the cold face of the justice system ecosystem, the workload is extremely huge, and the numbers of magistrates not commensurate with the caseload.
Kwabo magistrata se mathudi re Moroka a se tlhalosang e le legala le le bollo le le leng teng mo tsamaisong e ya ditsheko ka babosebisi ba na le mokoa wa melala ya dikgang tse di saletseng mo morago tse e leng gore bontsi jwa tsone ga bo nyalane le palo ya bomagastrata ba ba leng teng.
The problem has further been exacerbated by the categorization of magistrates into different grades, some with very limited jurisdiction.
Me seemo se se bile sira masisi le go heta ke gone go arogangwa ga bomagastrata ka maemo le gore ba ka ntsha dikatlholo go ya ka seelo se se dirang gore se ne le go ka ngota go dira ga bone.
We shall soon, therefore, Mr. President, be engaging with government with a view to reconfigure the grades of magistrates to align them with a more modernized structure that recognizes judicial growth and empowerment and expeditious service delivery.
Meka jalo motutegi tautuna reta toga ya re tsana mo dipuisanong le ormente gore re go bejalo gore go kopang moya kana go tsubukwe ba mo a bo magistrata gore re tere ba ikamanye le dilo jaaka di dirwa sešwa le gona gore ba lemoge gore re tsena mo go lemosega gore re tsene mo bodiredi jo bo nang le kgolo jo bo pele jo bo neelang batho marudi le nonogo ya gore ba dire ka mokgwa wa go ntsha ditamelo mo go hogileng.
We have also noted from the complaints raised by the Law Society of Botswana that there has been a serious delay in the delivery of judgments by some of our judges.
Re itemogetse go tswa mo ngoreng ene ya ntshiwa ke lekalana la diagente gore go na le tiego e masisi mo go ntsheng dikatlholo ga makgotla mangwe.
Let me assure you that we acknowledge that this complaint is not without basis.
Ta tlhalosa gore re a itse ebile re a tlhaloganya gore ngongorae ga se gore ke ngongora hela e itlhamelwang e na le boleng ka mabaka a e tswang ka one.
And as a result, this matter has therefore caused us some anxiety as judges, and we have done a bit of soul searching. We acknowledge that some of our judges have not been complying with the service standards set out in our rules of court pertaining to timely delivery of judgments. And with this acknowledgement on our part, we have resolved as judges, particularly those in default, that every judge with delayed judgments, as of today, must have delivered such judgment or judgments by the end of March this year.
Me khanye ilerile matshwenyo wa hela thata mo rona le bathudi me ra nna ha se ra tsena mo itshiko me ra mogela gore bangwe ba bathudi ka rona ba ntse ba sa dira hatse gore ba bone gore ba sala selo se se beilweng sa gore go ntshiwe dikatlholo mo dikganyeng me ra nna ha se ra dumela ra mogela go se joka monona me ra tsa tshwetsa gore re le bathudi segolo bogolo ya bone ba e gore ba ngwa ke tshalelo morago ya go tswa ga dikatlholo gore moathudi mongwe le mongwe yo a nang le mela e saletseng ko morago ga go ntshiwa ga dikatlholo o tshwanetse gore a ba ntshitse ga e le gore ga ntshi ga a dintsha a ntshitse dikatlholo tseo ha kgwedi ya mopito e ya mojubong ngwagao.
This, however, should not be understood to mean that all of our judges are in default.
Meha kere gore ne yo kare kana go tse ga ja ka ngara ba thudi go te barona ba le se go sala morago selo sa go ntsa dikatlholo se se beilweng.
And this must be also understood against the background of extreme case loads that the judges carry.
Se se sentse ira hasele mo ga gonne le kitso ya gona gore ba thudi ba na le mekgelo ya di case e mo pele ga bone ba tshwantseng gore ba lebagane le yone.
A good majority of our judges are delivering and delivering on time, and this we appreciate.
Bontsi ja ba thudi ba rona ba le re dikatlholo tsa bone ka nako ebile ke batho ba ba dirang tiro go bonagala ke leboga ke moga seo.
I have also consulted with the Honorable Attorney General, and she has shared with me a number of issues which she thinks impact in a negative way the efficient and speedy delivery of quality service in the justice ecosystem.
Ke nelele re tsholo ya go ka buisana le ba melaomogolo me a ngatlhogana le nna dikgang di le mmalwa tse a dumelang gore ke tsone tse di kgoretsi mo goreng go ka ntshiwa ditamelo ka mo go lekaneng kana ka mo go kgotsofatsang mo dikganyeng tse tsa bosekisi le go ditsheko go le re mo makgoteng.
But just as a footnote, you will notice that what I'm telling you today, I have had discussions with both the Attorney General and the Council of the Law Society of Botswana. So most of the issues that they were going to raise are already covered. And I think between them and I, there's an agreement that there wouldn't be much that they are going to tell. So I'm using that time.
Rata ke tlhalosa jana gore ke bua ke gore ke bopane le ya tsamira le ba le kanana le la lo se ke dumela gore ba tlo gore tse di mo rarabololwa di tla rarabololwa mme ke tsa gore ke se re se dumelaneng ke ka ke tsa nako ke tlhalosa gona gore re dumelane jang.
But because as officers of the court are entitled to audi, I will skip some of the issues that they raised them. But what you should know is that we have discussed and agreed on a number of issues.
Meka le bone ke batho ba ba dirang ka go amana le makgotla ba na le tshwanelo ya gore le bone ba ka ntsha la bone mme ya ke ta tlola dikgang tse dingwe tse ne tshwanetse go di bue tse ba tla di tswa ka bone.
And importantly, the Attorney General has also decried the lack of a system interface in the entire justice ecosystem.
Me se sengwe gape se se botlhokwa Mmamela-Mogolo o ne a lela thata ka kgang ya gore go tshwanetse go nne le maranyane a go kakanyang makalana otlhe.
I agree with her, and I have accordingly tasked the Chief Registrar to inquire with other government organizations with a more robust computerized system and see if we cannot benchmark from them.
Ke dumelana le ene ka bojotlhe mme ebile ke setse ke laetse mokwaledi-mogolo wa lephata le gore a lebelele kana a tsamaye mo makalaneng a mangwe a goromente a ba nang le boranyane jo bo tsepameng jo bo dirilweng ka botswerere go bona gore a re ka seka ra ithuta ra anya sengwe ko go bone.
I have been given an example of the Companies and Intellectual Property Authority, whose computerized system, I'm told, has received praise from some of our stakeholders who have graciously shared their experiences with us. I have agreed with the Attorney General as well that some of her observations she would raise in her address today.
Ke sa tswa go hiwa sekai ka ba kompone ya Simba gore boranyane jo ba nang le jone ke jo bo setseng bo supile ha bangwe ba bogalaletsa hela thata mme ebile ba supile gore ba ka kgaogana kitso ya ba nang le yone le rona. Ke dumelane le Mmamela-Mogolo gape le gone gore dilo dingwe tsa di itemogetseng o tata a di nakola mo puisong ya tabong a buisana le rona.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we can go on and on and on and tabulate and describe the problems and challenges that have beset our efforts to render quality service delivery to our people.
Motutegi tautona ko mele borre balututegan raka tselela ra bua ra ila tswa bobe go le ka go ba le go tlhalosa mathata le dikgwetlho tse re lebaganang le tsone mo maitekong a rona a go ntsha bodiredi ya maemanta mo ba re bonela tšhaba ya rona.
I think, however, that what is of importance is for us to come up with solutions and not to try and outwit one another in our ability to state and define the problems.
Ke dumela jalo gore se se molemo ke gore re lebelele ditharabololo e seng jaanong go šutšana ka melwana mme e le gore ra re bata go na le gore re bate ditharabololo tse di ka lebagana le mathata a ra itemogetseng.
In our attempt to find lasting solutions to the problems and challenges that we have faced over the past few years, including a discernible drop in public trust and confidence in the judiciary by members of the public, we are pleased, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you our roadmap in the coming years of NDP 12 and how we intend to fit into the national agenda of a human rights-based approach to all issues affecting our people.
Mo maitekong a rona a go leka go bata ditharabololo tsa senela ruri mo mathateng le dikgwetlho tse re lebaganeng le tsone dingwaga tse di fetileng go akarediwa le gone go wa ga botshepegi kana go thobogiwa ke setšhaba ga lephata le go tlhoka go tshepiwa ke setšhaba ga lephata le re rata re tlhalose jaana ka boitumelo tautona motutegi tautona le mmogo le lona bomme le borre ba le tutegang gore tsela e re itshegetseng go ya pele mo dingwageng tse di hapele tsa NDP 12 le gore re ikelela jang go tsena mo mananeong a lehasi le mo thulaganyong ya go itebaganya le ditshwanelo tsa batho ba na le go dira dilo ka mokgwa o leng gore o tsa tsia ditshwanelo tsa batho ebile o seka dikgang tsotlhe tse di amang batho ba rona kana setšhaba.
And in line with our theme, Administration of Justice, Future Outlook, we accept that our constitution support the democratic dispensation that respects human rights.
Me re dumela gore go tsamaelana le one mono o rona wa tshiamelo kana thogamo o re rata re dula gore re itebagantse le sone se ditshwanelo tsa batho.
And that in order to do so, the court should be supported adequately with human resources, financial resources, both quantitatively and qualitatively.
Re dumela gore re kgone seo magota o tshwanetse gore a ye manokeng a thusiwe ka ditamelo tse di tshwanang le bodiredi didirisiwa tse di leng gore ke tse di itebagantseng le seemo sa nako ebile e le tsa se re mo se se go godimo kana se se netabeng.
The kind of judiciary that we envisage, therefore, is the one that will be forward-looking in focus, business-like in approach, innovative in its operations, adaptable to the ever-changing world of technological development, and generally agile in the execution of its mandate.
Jaanong le botsamaisi ja bosekisi jo re itebagantse le jone ke jo gore bo na le boleng bo tlhalosega e le jone gore bo gatetse pele e le jone gore bo lebela dilo go pele ebile bo ipaakanyetsa go rarabolla dikgwetlho tse di ka tsamayang di kopane le tsone mo tseleng gore di tshegeletse se e leng ditshwanelo tsa batho.
And in that regard, we value and recognize developing the human capital of our organization by upskilling and retooling our staff, both judicial and support.
Me ka jalo re ipaakanyetsa gone kana gore re kgona jalo re tshwanetse gore re be mo seemong se se netabeng bodiredi ja rona ka go bo oketsa dithuto go bo thathelela le go bo ba mo seemong sa gore bo ta gatela pele go ya ko timeng e re segileng.
We recognize the importance of building a team out of the individuals making up the human capital of our organization to a point where we would be unrecognizable as individuals, but highly recognizable and identifiable as a team founded on both in the service of our people.
Mary Kella Jarahore, Haran Abudiredi Jomana Jordan Legione, Rehelleri Tile Ka Selo Savoria, Renne So Waseme, Renne Budiredi, Jobudiram, Volebome, Renne Batubano Bahoha, Balebame, Huita, Mosem Sevoria, Reta Sikera Honore, Mosa Abu Me, Hobana Hore, Batubale, Ki, so Hobana Setoba, Sesi, Remelesing, Sibila Di Taswane. We accept
that the future outlook of any organization depends on its time-tested organizational culture. We accept that the future outlook of any organization depends on its time-tested organizational culture. Our judges and magistrates have always tried to do everything possible in their power to remain the pride of our democratic dispensation.
So te mono honya bone korba dire kana babona hobona hale korba dira dilo katola mo le katsiano.
And as the leader of the judiciary, I accept that although a chief justice, I'm just the same as other judges.
Me yaga mo aturi moholo wa le patale ki manajala hore len na ke tshwana hela le ba aturi ba bangwe.
I'm only but a first among equals.
ke hela gore ke nna o godimo gareng ga kana ke go pele go mo go bone.
But you also accept that as the chief administrator of the judiciary, is chief spokesperson, chief public relations officer, and chief accounting officer, the chief justice must provide strategic leadership with humility.
Me ke dumela ya gore ele na mo eteledi pele wa go lebella tsa botsamaisi, mo eteledi pele wa go lebella tsa bosekisi, ele na ke tsamang ke ya go buella lephata, ebile ke le nna ke golaganya lephata le setšhaba, ke le nna ke tsamang ke lebagana le tsa madi, ke tshwanetse gore ke nne sekao se se rileng mo pele ga batho boemong jwa lephata.
And in those capacities, the Chief Justice is the judiciary's chief planning officer of the courts, a leader and conflict manager.
Me ka ne mo aturi mogolo ke ene a eteletseng pele kana ke ene ebile a eteletseng pele a tlhokometse le go tsenya ditho ditsamaiso tsotlhe.
The Chief Justice chairs the Judicial Service Commission, and in that capacity, he is the executive chairperson.
Me mo aturi mogolo o lebeletse gape le Judicial Service Commission, me ka one o lebile kana o eteletse o laola tsotlhe tsa Judicial Service Commission.
And if we were to accept or adopt a corporate outlook, the JSC or Judicial Service Commission should be run like a board with the Chief Justice as executive chairperson.
Me ha le gore re dilo go bana ne re ka tsa tsamaiso yo ya godimo wa se se go godimo. The Chief Justice kana mo aturi mogolo e ka bo ile ne no gore ke motlhokomedi wa tsotlhe wa le karana leo.
We have agreed as the JSC that the JSC should reposition itself and take its proper constitutional mandate and provide strategic leadership and ensure that the judiciary remains a credible institution with integrity and a good reputation.
Judicial Service Commission Metsaya ya tsaya ma rabo ayone le marudi ayone aya hiwa kimono moteo ya bo inta go eteledi pele ya bo tsipame ya tha misala gona gore bo le kana le la bo sebisi le na le tshegetsa serelimo sa rona sa botshephegi ka maikelo le dimela gore go ta disa serelimo le didula le ntle mo go lone.
I am therefore, Mr. President, awake to the task that lies ahead, and that is my responsibility is to steer the judiciary away from any unnecessary controversy.
Kajolo mototerita utuna ki ibaka tse ibaka tse tiro engeme ngapele le gona go leka gore ki ba kanye tsotlhe tse di sasiama mo le phateng la bosekisi.
And as part of promoting judicial accountability to the nation, the Chief Justice, together with the leadership of the judiciary, shall be addressing the public through the Chief Justice annual press conference, which will be held at the end of every legal year to take stock of our activities during the year past.
Me ele mwe ya tsela ya go tsa marudi kana ikarabelo re setri diretse tshwetso ya gore mo atudi mogolo le phata le bosekisi le ta tsa ikarabelo a gore morago ga ngwaga wa pulo ya ditshoko mo le mongwe ya ta buisana le setšhaba kana le bobegadikgang go leka go lemosa setšhaba ka tema le tse di tabong di diragala mo lephateng.
The press conference will be open to both the public and private media houses.
Me pego yeo kana go kopana bo tabo bo bulegetse bo begadikgang botlhe bo bo ikemetseng le jwa puso.
In relation to the delay in the production of records of proceedings for purpose of appeal, I have had engagements with the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and his deputy, as well as the permanent secretary in the ministry, and we have agreed that over and above exploring the urgent need to train court reporters in the long run. In the short term, we are going to explore the possibility of recalling court reporters who have since retired and re-engage them on longer contracts to help augment the scarcely available cadre of court reporters.
Mabapi le go itebaganya le seemo se leng gore dikgang kana di-file tse dikgang di a diega ke setse ke buisantse le mo go bona gore re taka re tsenya mo tirisong go ka bitsa bakwaledi bao ba ba neng ba togetse tiro ka bogodi gore ba tle go thusa gore ba itebaganye le mela e leng teng le go fokotsa thelo ya bakwaledi mo makgotleng.
And given the unprecedented rise in numbers in the number of cases, I have, after consultation, agreed that we will be approaching government with a view to increasing the number of judicial officers at all levels.
Me janum kilibile semo sega natin ki puisante le hormente honore re bona hore re woketse palo ya batudi kana lubo magistrata go itebaganya le sone semo se.
In my consultation with the Honorable President of the Court of Appeal, Her Lordship Justice Tau, in relation to the workload in the Court of Appeal, we will be approaching government through the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services to plead for resources to increase the complement of justices in the Court of Appeal.
Mo puisano ya bele mo intelligent bele wa ba tudi ba le khota le la bigelo me justice Tau ma bile me la le se mo sa tiro se se teng ko le hotel leo re dumela gore re tabore ya go puisana le gormente ka re ta ka ministera wa justice re kope gore ne le ditabelo re ne le go ka oketsa
And in that regard, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to disclose to you that in my brief discussion with the President this morning, Advocate Duma Boko, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, and an officer of this court, together with the Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, who also happens to be an officer of this court, they have agreed that the justices of the Court of Appeal will be increased. I don't have the numbers, don't have any expectations.
Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, Yele ele moto yenore wa talohanya bile utikile dira mobile kama hota kama hode moto teri ministera wa le patale ba dumela le jalo gore balo ya ba thuti ba le hota la holo la buipelo eta o kediwa bela kala balo wa ke itsi biskala to hala so era ba.
In addition, I also wish to make this disclosure and announcement. The President has also agreed, together with the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, that in an effort to bring our services closer to our people, we will be in the near future, very, very near future, establishing a High Court division in the areas of Mahalape or Palape. But after a bit of aging from my side, and also considered Mahalape is a bit central, I have insisted that maybe the first court should be established in Mahalape.
bana botoka ya thata ale ka bewa mo mahalapi.
But in the long run, in the long run, we also have agreed that we will establish magistrates courts in the Khalakad area.
Tshepang le le mo le khotla ga magistrata o Tutume.
And we have also agreed with the president. I can see that Honorable Maele, being the member of parliament for that area, is already trying to raise a complaint. We have agreed with the president and the minister that we will establish magistrates courts in the Swapong area, veering from Mahalape, Swapong area, veering from Halape. You can now clap your hands, Honorable Minister.
Parlementaire Meleka Chokwa, Ukarajan Milios, Zagatao, Momora, make Kiria, the Chori, the Melan, Hape, the Motu David Dunahori, Mahota, Magastrata Lone, Ata Jirua, Mohalum, Jene, Chapo, Chaku, Malapi, Chapo,
And Palape.
Le Mahirama.
Palape veering to Chapo.
Sorry, Le Palate.
Also, in order to alleviate the backlog of cases in the High Court, we have plans in the medium to long term to operationalize court-annexed mediation.
Mais il a rappelé pour relayer que on mola na hosala braho hobokana hadichego mo hotel ne hola hadichego re lega tulaganyo ya hore re teka mo polo wa holetanya na hotisa kanya hore hotne le hokaleta ma ba batamba le re khamo le ga mahota.
Our belief is that this will channel a lot of cases away from the contentious litigation processes.
Timero ya rona ile hore se ta fokotsa di khang tse di hellang di tele ko le gato la hore di serwe di rediwe.
We are also aware that mediation generally is less costly and brings people together.
Re tsetsa go gape ya hore kagisano ke selo se se sa lobe di tshenyegelo tse mo kalo.
And we intend to put in place processes that will help us actualize this mechanism towards the end of this year.
Re kella hore re tsenye mo tirisong di ntadingwe kana dilo dingwe tse leng gore di tabo di re isa go diragatsong ya seo mo ngwageng mono.
We will have a look at the rules of court pertaining to court-annexed mediation with a view to making them more user-friendly, less costly, including the deletion of a provision in the rules that requires parties to court-annexed mediation processes to pay court-annexed mediators.
Re ta lebella melawana e tsamaisang ditshego mo goteng a rona re bo re ka bebaakanya re ntsha tsana e leng gore e ne ntse ba ta gore bao ba dire dikgamo pele ga gotsa bo ba ka le duela.
Mr. President, I think I should also assure Botswana that we have heard your cries in relation to the services provided by the Office of the Master of the High Court. There has been a serious slow service delivery in the offices, especially in the offices in Francistown and Maun, due to manpower challenges. In the few days that I've been here, we have had to urgently attend to this situation.
And
in this regard, and with the support of the Ministry of Justice, we have decided to avail 2 officers to man the Francistown office of the Master of the High Court and another officer to man the office of the Master of the High Court in Mau.
Kan tha kana ngaseo re tele tshotso ya gore re le re ba tubala bedi ye mongwe e le yota bong a tlhokometse le kalana la kantoro ye master's office le go Francistown ha ye mongwe a taba itebagantse le go Mau.
This will be done in the shortest of short terms and within the promised UDC 100 days of delivery.
Se se tla dirwa mo nakong hela e sa hediseng pelo ke dumela jela gore gone mo malatsing a lekgolo a ipeetsweng ke ba.
And if those days have expired, we will extend the DS until those offices are established.
Ha lekgolo a itse go tala rata o etsa go ithella re dira se re itama gore re ta se dira.
In addition, we are going to have assistant masters appointed for the purpose to do work from the magistrates' courts.
Godimo ga mora go nna le batho ba ileng ba thusi ba ba okamedi ba ofisi e dirang letsa go swa le kwadiso di tsa boswa ba direla go di ofisi tsa magistrata go leka go itebaganya le mela le go ka ntsha ditirelo mo go ditameng ga ofisi eo.
We are also happy, Mr. President, to announce that the payments from the estates of deceased soldiers have been ongoing from the 13th of January, and we hope that the exercise will be concluded by the end of March 2025.
Re itumela gape go itsisitse mo ditirelo tsa botona gore tuelo ya bana kana ba tlhokometsweng bana ba tlhokomela ke masole a tlhokagetseng ba ja boswa ba bone dituelo tsa bone di a diragadiwa gone ko ofising ya masters go simolola hela ka di-30 tsa January 2025 mme re dumela gore seo se tla tswelela go ithelela se ka wediwa mahelong a kgwedi ya Mopitlwe kana March 2025.
And this includes payments in relation to people who were displaced during the construction of the Disana Maui Airport.
Bese sa akaretsa le dituelo tsa batho bao ba ba neng ba hulisiwa ha go irwa baemelo difofane ko Maung ko Disane.
The payments will be decentralized to Maun, Lobatse, Kanye, Northeast Chobe, Central District, Bubirwa, Kweneng, Khanzi, and Khalakhat.
Dituelo tse di ta anamisiwa ka mahelo ka go aragana dingwe di tabo di direlwa ko Maung tse dingwe ko Lobatse, Kanye, Northeast Chobe, Central District, Bubirwa, Kweneng, Khanzi le ko Khalakhat.
We also plan to establish in the near future, during the second quarter of this year, a commercial and a specialized commercial court.
Re na le thulaganyo gape ya gore re mo nakong ya re mo gone ya setha sa go medisa mago re dire lekgotla le le hapegileng le le tabong di tebagantse le tsa bogwedi.
And this is done in order to speed up cases, particularly those of a commercial nature, and in order to support government effort in its endeavor to create an investment-friendly justice ecosystem.
Seo se tabo di go itebaganya le tsone dikgang tse di amanang le dikgang tsa bogwedi. Le ga mmogo le gone go thusa government go leka gore go a le re lehatshe kana lehelo le leng gore le ka ngoka bagwebi la diragatsa
in relation to the corruption court, we have realized that the case processes have been not very effective in this area. We are therefore going to re-examine the processes with a view to strengthening its effectiveness.
ka maikelo a go bona gore a re ka se ka ra baakanya ra nonotsha ga go tlhaelang teng.
And as part of an empowerment and capacity building process, we are going to train our senior magistrates to effectively deal with these cases.
Entse le monthabong ya thulaganyo eo ra go rutuntsha re bo re thathella bo magastrata ba bagolwane ba rona gore ba tla ba itebaganye le dikgang tsa lekgotla leo ka mo go netlameng.
In consultation with the Commissioner of Police and her leadership in the Botswana Police Service, and with our worships, the magistrates, we have realized that there may be need to standardize the manner in which procedures and processes in the handling of gender-based and other domestic violence cases is done.
Me mo puisanong ya mele moeteledi wa sepodisi mabapi le bo magistrata mabapi le dikgang tse di amanang kgokgontsho ya bong re lemogile jalo gore go ka tswa gona le tlhokagalo ya gore go bewa dilo mo seong se se lekanang kana go bewa go tiwa ka thulaganyo e kana e tshwanang le gore go taba go itebagangwa le dikgang tse di amanang le kgokgontsho ya bong kana kgokgontsho go malapeng.
This will require training, upskilling, and retooling of the soft skills of our judicial officers handling such cases.
Me se se tla tlhokana gore ba reetsa dikgang tseo kana bo magistrata ba reetsa dikgang tseo ba rutuntshiwe ba thathelelwe gore e re ba tshwara dikgang tseo bo ba thokoditswe ba na le kitso.
And in this regard, we have been assured by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Nelson Ramaotwana, that we can bank on full government support.
Mema billion ter se re tsamaisitswe ke ministera re Ramaotwana Nelson Ramaotwana gore nya le ka ba mo gonna le tsolela gore ke ta yema no ke mo se.
In our consultation with the police, it has also emerged that there is need to train and upskill judicial officers in the area related to cybercrime investigation and prosecution.
Mo puisano ya na le ba security go supervise ya la gore go na le tlhokego ya gore re rutuntshe re thathelle go magistrata ba rona na pele melato e dirwang ka tsa boranyane e.
This will be done in the medium to long term.
The
Botswana Police Service has experts in the area who will assist in the sensitization process, and we thank them in advance for having agreed to come to our aid. Ritual murder cases. Let's go.
Don't say he started.
We have also recognized that cases of ritual killings have become a scourge, needing new approaches in the nature of training investigators, prosecutors, and judicial officers in the handling of such cases. This will be done as a matter of urgency, as we recognize that cases of ritual killings pose a real and serious threat to the security and safety of our people.
It looks like ritual killers would be out of control.
Their conduct must therefore be brought to an abrupt end by an effective crime detection and prosecution justice system.
Boitshwaro jwa bone bo tshwanetse gore jaanong ka bohego le bonako jo bo rileng bo emisiwe ba le re mo pele ga bosekisi le tsamaiso ditsheko e lolegileng e tla e sekasekang kgang tsa bone ka tolamo.
Mr. President, I think I have given in broad outlines the road that the judiciary will be traveling on in the near future and in the days to come. And once again, I wish to express our gratitude to you for having agreed, like your predecessors have done before you, to grace this occasion.
Mototegi re tautona ke dumela gore ke go hile go phuthologile le go atologile setha sa leselo se re se ibetseng re le ba bosekisi se re ikelela go tsama mo go sone mo isagong ye go tshwenyane le mo malatsing a tlang mme ta ke tse monyetlo gape gore ke tse nako e ke go leboge go bo o dumetse hela jaaka ba baneng ba ntse le botautona go pele ga o ka tsena go ka tla gore se go atsa ka go nneng teng ga gago mo tirong ye.
As I conclude, I wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, the former Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Terence Ranwani, for his contribution to the growth of the judiciary.
Me jaaka ha ke ta go bofutong kana ke toga ke boetsa ta ke tse sebaka se ke leboge se se dirilweng ke yo ke tsa mo go ene re matshimogolo wa pele re Terence Ranwani mo karolong ya ile le one mo go godiseng le sethatse sa bosekisi.
We stand firm today because his footprints are clearly visible, meaning that his contribution will remain an important footprint in the history of this organization.
Re isitetse ka jeko ka go bo tsa di dirileng tsa ne le karolo mo tsone di a bonagala se se ra gona gore karolo ya itsere e tla tswela e nna karolo e botlhokwa mo ditsong tsa lephatale.
As I close, thank you very much. As I close, I wish to thank all of you for your kind attention. I wish to thank government officials from various ministries and departments here with us, government ministers, members of Untuadi Khosi, members of parliament, our various stakeholders, the Attorney General, the Law Society of Botswana, the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, Botswana Police Service, Botswana Prison Service, the Directorate on Corruption and Economic Crime, for your continued support in this important event in the calendar of the judiciary.
Jaga ke toga ke wetsa ke rata jaanong ke tse nako e le boge lotlhe ba le ha go bo le tsere nako ya go tla gore e manokeng le go rotloetsa. Ke rata ke le boge ba diredi dikgano ya puso go tswa mo ministry le maphata a loganeng. Ke rata ke le boge ministera maloko a ya dikgosi ba parlamente le bao ba re dirang le bone kana re golagane le bone mo go tsa bosekisi mamela mogolo ba le kana la ja agente ba bosekisi le kan tsa gore Directorate of Public Prosecution ba se podisi ba di kgolegelo le ba tsantsho khopelo itshurelo ya le ba lothi ba le lengano gore le bo le tile gore manokeng mo tiragalong e botlhokwa mo di tsamaisong tsa lephata la bosekisi.
A special thank you to the Commander, Botswana Defense Force, Lieutenant General Plasidi Sogoko, for having availed the BDF band to provide the necessary pomp and ceremony to beautify this ceremony.
Kirata ki le bogela go a pegile mo ka medi ba ba se sole ba se go gore lerele mo lotsana o ne mota o na bisa wa o ntle hatsa tiragalo ya gampeo.
I thank the clergy for their uplifting messages from the scriptures.
Kirata ki hakolle ke le boge tshwarelo go kwaledi bo bontseng bo tla bontsha bo ntsenyetsa lekwalo le ke le balang.
And in this regard, may I also thank my personal spiritual chef, Re Khosimang, wherever he is. Thank you so very much.
Ere ke tse monyetlo ke leboge motlhatlheledi wa me wa semoya Re Khosimang kwa leng teng ke re ke leboga hela thata.
Ke motho o monnyane ka seemo wa nyatsa go ka ema ka dinao ba go bona. Thank you so very much.
Ke a leboga.
It will be remiss of me if I were to fail to recognize Judge President of the Mount High Court, Ntomia Ntomiwa, Deputy Registrar Ms. Botha and her team, who have all been working tirelessly behind the scenes to put this event together. Leka moso bagaiso.
Ekabo ese selo se se molemo se e se dirileng haka se ka ka leboga boleng teng ja moathudi yo o kametseng baathudi ja go maung Re Ntomiwa Deputy Registrar Bebota le lekoko la gagwe ba ba neng ba dira ba sa ikhutse tota go bona gore tiragalo e kana mokete o o nna seo leng sone. Ke a leboga betso.
I thank you all for having graced this ceremony and for your patience. You have been taken through a very painful, how do I put it? I don't know how to, it's a very painful kind of charge to sit here and listen to one person saying, telling you boring stories. But at the end, I declare the legal year 2025 officially opened.
di monate kana ha dilo khatse kana di busula mo lona me e tse go helong ke re ke rata ke tlhalosa ya gore a ngwaga wa ditsheko o bulwe go tswelele ka tiro go se ya leboga.
God bless the people of Botswana. God bless you all.
Mo sogaze tshaba ya Botswana mo a sogaze ba loti
Bula.
aile.
Thank you, my Lord. It's been agony. It's long.
Thank you for directors in here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is
and I'll be directing the remaining part of the program. Mr. President, Advocate Dumai Gideon Boko, Your Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, Khaolapelwe G. Kitloheswe, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Let me take this opportunity, as it is custom, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the Honorable Attorney General, Ms. Marco M.C. Abram, to deliver her address and also to move a motion declaring the legal year open. Thank you, Ms. Marco. You may take the podium.
Directors of ceremony, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, and the First Lady, Mrs. Kaone Boko, the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinathi Kgaolatli, Your Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice Kgaola G. Kitlogetswe, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Dithapelo Korapetse, former President of the Republic of Botswana, Lieutenant General Seretse Khama Ian Khama, Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ramautwana Nelson Ramautwana, Honorable Ministers here present, Honorable Assistant Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Augustine Nyatanga, Assistant Ministers here present, Honorable President of the Court of Appeal, Mrs. Justice Tebogo Tau, Honorable Leader of Opposition, Mr. Dumelang Salishando, Chairman of Ntluyadi Khosi Malopi Wabubedi, and your Deputy, Permanent Secretary to the President, Me Emma Belui Tlitsi, Honorable Justices of Appeal, Honorable Judge President of the Industrial Court, Mr. Diratsachai Bernard Molomu, Your Ladyships and Lordships, Judges of the High Court and the Industrial Court, Honorable Retired President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Stuart Ian Cabby, Honorable Retired Judges of the High Court, Your Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps and international organizations, Father Martin Musima and all spiritual leaders here present, Your Worship Mayor of Gaborone, President and members of the Customary Court of Appeal, Commander of the Botswana Defense Force, Lieutenant Placid Diratsachai Sogokgo, Commissioner of Police, Ms. Diana Marate, Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Anthony Mukento, members of the Judicial Service Commission, Acting Chief Registrar and your deputies and assistants, your worships of the magisterial bench, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, Ms. Naledi Stella Moroka, and all permanent secretaries here present, the District Commissioner, Ms. Sebukwani Dikgope, Chairman of the Law Society of Botswana, Mr. Lesedi Mwahi, members of the bar, senior government officials, captain of industry, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. I beg your pardon, good afternoon to you all. Unfortunately, I cannot watch. My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, it is befitting that I begin by expressing my gratitude for the privilege and honor to address this gathering on the occasion of the 2025 opening of the legal year. I also hasten to mention that this is the first opening of the legal year since the general election that ushered in the current administration. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to the presidency of the Republic of Botswana, and wish you all the best and God mercies in captaining the ship forward. My Lord, I am truly delighted to be able to offer my congratulations on your appointment to the head of the judiciary and your maiden appearance at this occasion in that capacity. On behalf of all the legal practitioners, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish you nothing but success in your ascendance to the pinnacle of the legal profession. Indeed, you are a high priest in the temple of justice. My Lord, let me thank you for giving us an account of those harrowing childhood experiences that you had to endure. They are a reminder of the lessons we learn from the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, which in my view assures us of the divine protection under all circumstances, however difficult. It also reassures us that we should remain confident in God's faithfulness and ability to vindicate us, as well as to allow us to not only withstand the devil's attacks, but also overcome them. My Lord Chief Justice, let me also join you in paying homage to your immediate predecessor, Mr. Terence Tsatsila Khosi Ranowani. We thank him for his contribution during his 6.5 years at the helm of the judiciary. Mr. Ranowani has now handed the judicial baton to you, my Lord, to continue the judicial journey of this country. My Lord, allow me to also congratulate all others that have recently been appointed to various positions of responsibility, particularly women and youth. Honorable Chief Justice, I also wish to pay tribute to all Botswana that we lost during the 2024 legal year, including members of the legal fraternity that you mentioned. May their names forever remain in our hearts and their souls rest in eternal peace. My Lord, the theme for this year is the judiciary future outlook. I wholeheartedly agree with you when you say that to attract investors, we need a functioning and responsive justice ecosystem founded on judicial impartiality and independence. In his inaugural State of the Nation address in November last year, the President of the Republic said that, and I paraphrase, as a country we will offer clear guarantees on, amongst others, dispute resolution mechanisms to provide investors with the confidence they need when they invest in a country. The government commits to reforming the judiciary and envisages a judiciary whose independence, impartiality are entrenched in the Constitution. Further, that all arms of government, including the judiciary, will be adequately resourced so that they carry out their duties efficiently and effectively. My Lord, your paraphrased statement that the courts ought to be adequately resourced in order for them to support a democratic dispensation that respects human rights echoes the government's commitment. Your Lordship, access to justice and the speedy resolution of cases lie at the very heart of an efficient and effective judiciary, which is the type of the judiciary we yearn for. It is crucial, therefore, that all role players in the justice ecosystem, without whose contribution the judiciary cannot function, be adequately resourced to enable them to deliver on their respective mandates. This will in turn lead to the realization of a judiciary that is forward-looking and able to meet society's demands. My Lord, if we are to have a judiciary that is customer-focused, efficient, and trusted by the public, we need to invest in a robust and efficient real-time recording system of court proceedings, which will in turn result in the speedy conclusion of matters, bearing in mind the cost associated with litigation and the injustice occasioned to litigants when justice is delayed. I believe, therefore, my Lord, that it is time that we take advantage of innovation in the digital space and embark on reforms such as e-filing, so that litigants and attorneys do not have to travel long distances to file court process, but can do so in the comfort of their homes and offices. This will not only be cost-saving, but less time-consuming and convenient. My Lord, it is also important to combine efforts in order to maximize the little that the government budget can afford. This includes, but not limited to, leveraging on other players' budgets and reforms, joint planning and/or budgeting where possible, interfacing of our systems, and adopting cost-effective methods, especially in infrastructure development, such that we will have a justice center rather than each of us having their own little budget and struggling with the restrictions, scattering infrastructure all over the place, causing us to travel where we need not. I now, my Lord, turn to the Attorney General's chambers. My Lord, the Attorney General's chambers is one of the major role players in the delivery of justice. In my maiden speech last year, I alluded to the enormous challenges it faces, which are mainly attrition, shortage of skilled attorneys, and unattractiveness of their conditions of service. My Lord, the issue of conditions of service for government lawyers remains a thorny one and ought to be prioritized as a matter of urgency. It is in recognition of the importance of this subject that my office continues in its efforts to advocate for the enhancement of conditions of service for lawyers in order to retain them. This includes, but not limited to, achieving alignment and parity in remuneration and other benefits in respect of public service lawyers, development of robust attraction and retention packages, as well as increased manpower. We, however, acknowledge the government's financial constraints, but this has not stopped us from pushing for the betterment of our conditions of service. For quite some time, my Lord, our office at the headquarters has seen prolonged heat, and our officers have had to endure this due to our obsolete air conditioning system. The situation is so unbearable that we had no choice but to release officers early to allow them to work from home. This has compromised our operations and has in turn delayed the provision of services to our customers. And you can imagine the Deeds Registry Office having to work for a very short period of time in a day and for continuous days. In this context, my Lord, there are many more challenges, and in the interest of time, I will not address all of them here, lest I am accused of singing praises to problems, my translation. Notwithstanding the above challenges, my Lord, we continue to play a supporting role to the judiciary in the delivery of justice and ensuring the smooth running of the court. In this context, my Lord, I wish to highlight some of the achievements. I will start, my Lord, with legislation. Parliament, as another arm of government, and in terms of Section 86 of the Constitution, enacts, and I quote, laws for the peace, order, and good government of Botswana, close quote. The Attorney General's chambers continue to play a supportive role to Parliament in the discharge of its constitutional function, I beg your pardon, and over the past legal year, the legislative drafting arm of the Attorney General's chambers has been extremely active, both in drafting amendments to several pieces of existing legislation and new legislation concerning areas of the law that have been prioritized by the government. As a result, my Lord, in 2024, a total of 31 acts were passed by Parliament, 186 statutory instruments, and 874 notices were drafted and published. I wish to highlight among these acts those, my Lord, that I believe will be of significance to the interest of Botswana. My Lord, as you may be aware, Botswana is a committed member of the Financial Action Task Force, otherwise known as FATF, a global money laundering and terrorism financing watchdog. This intergovernmental body sets international standards that aim at preventing money laundering, terrorist and proliferation financing, and the harm that these illegal activities cause to society. To this end, FATF regularly assesses and makes findings on the adequacy or lack thereof, or our own laws that are relevant to the subject. It will then make necessary recommendations, some of which necessitate legislative review. My Lord, this past year we saw our Parliament passing several key pieces of legislation, including the Financial Intelligence Amendment Act of 2024, amending the Financial Intelligence Act, which is one of the anchor pieces of legislation in the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing space. This was to synchronize it with the latest standards and recommendations on anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing, so as to address the deficits in the Act for purposes of compliance with FATF standards. My Lord, the Companies Act was also amended as a direct response to the FATF recommendations to strengthen our regulatory framework and ensure that our financial systems remain robust, transparent, and secure. Key provisions of the Amendment Act include the introduction of enhanced requirements for company ownership and controlled disclosures to improve transparency in corporate structures, This is an effort to make it more difficult for illicit actors to misuse companies registered in Botswana for unlawful purposes. The Act was also amended to reinforce the need for due diligence by corporate service providers, ensuring that our country does not become a conduit or a safe haven for money laundering or financing of terrorist activities. By aligning our company law with FATF recommendations, we are signaling as a country to the international community, investors and businesses that Botswana takes its commitments seriously in tackling financial crimes and maintaining the integrity of our financial systems. My Lord, another law that was reviewed and amended is the Trust Property Control Act. This amendment represents a vital step towards ensuring that the management of trust assets in Botswana is carried out in accordance with international standards for purposes of financial accountability and responsibility. Key provisions include the requirement for trustees to annually account to the Master of the High Court to enhance the oversight of trust so that assets are managed in a way that is not only in the best interest of the beneficiaries, but also in compliance with national and international frameworks. Trustees are also required to maintain underlying records documenting the activities and financial transactions related to the trust. My Lord, this can be considered as an important safeguard to assist both trustees and the relevant authorities in tracking the movement and use of assets while providing for greater transparency and oversight. These amendments are crucial in preventing trusts from being used as vehicles for illicit financial activities. By ensuring that trustees are held accountable, that proper records are kept, we can strengthen the integrity of our trust system and contribute to the country's broader efforts to comply with international financial regulations. Your Lordship, it is safe to say that these reforms will not only ensure that we remain compliant with FATF standards and guidelines, but will also ensure that we create an environment where not only can legitimate businesses thrive with confidence, but also, to paraphrase Mr. President's remarks, allow for investors to be confident in our legal system and in our commitment to the rule of law. My Lord, other key pieces of legislation that were passed includes the Access to Information Act and the Data Protection Act, the latter being a reenactment. These acts were introduced as a crucial step towards enhancing and ensuring greater transparency as follows. While the Access to Information Act strengthened the public's ability to access government-held information to foster accountability and promote an informed participatory citizenry, the Data Protection Act, on the other hand, ensures the protection of personal data obtained in the processing of individuals' personal information. It also outlines incidences where personal data is to be processed, setting out safeguards in the processing of such data. My Lord, together these laws align Botswana with international best practice regarding freedom of information and the use of personal data, encouraging openness in governance while also finely balancing the need for confidentiality concerning certain areas. My Lord, with regard to the updating of the laws of Botswana, I'm pleased to report that Law Revision Order Number 1 of 2023 which updates the laws up to the 31st of December 2020, and the Law Revision Order Number 2, updating the laws up to 31st December 2021, were published on the 19th of July 2024. We are currently working on updating laws up to the 31st of December 2024, and I'm pleased to note that it is anticipated that this exercise will close the remaining backlog by September of this year. I turn now to the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. My Lord, the Chief Justice, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has been in existence for almost 20 years now, following the amendment of the Constitution in 2005. By virtue of its constitutional mandate, the DPP also plays a facilitative role to the functions of the judiciary. It continues to embark in the taking over of prosecutorial functions from the Botswana Police, the Takeover Project, as directed by Presidential Directive Number 32B of 2004. In my last year's speech, I reported that since the inception of the project, the DPP has extended its offices to Maung, Silibi, Pikwe, Palape, Gasane, and Tsabong. We, however, still need to have footprints in other parts of the country, and as a result, require more resources to do so. This, in my view, is a good case for collaboration, because you will find that the DPP has been extending these offices to areas where there is the magistracy, there is a division of the High Court, and we are not able to actually extend to all areas due to resources. Additionally, we observed that the project has brought about increased workload on the prosecutors, resulting in fatigue and all things associated therewith. We are in this connection in discussions with the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services and the Honorable Minister of Justice, with a view to putting the takeover project on hold, especially in view of the collaboration that we envisage. We envisage a collaboration where, when the Honorable Chief Justice takes a decision to establish a division of the High Court in Tsabong, for instance, we budget together. And we budget together with the police, and we budget together with the prisons to ensure that that division of the High Court is turned into a justice center where you will find all these institutions that I have mentioned. And as such, you save on costs of traveling from an office in Hanzi to Tsabong, an office in Jwaneng to Tsabong, because the center will have all these services. To this end, my Lord, it is important to ensure that there is a deliberate intention to invest in IT infrastructure across all departments that play a role in the delivery of justice. Further, my Lord, the provision of IT equipment and access to reliable internet facilities is essential for purposes of research when officers within the justice ecosystem carry out their respective mandates, be it investigation, prosecution, or adjudication. The DPP has been immensely in the process of digitizing its processes. As we all know, as a primary step, the DPP developed an electronic case management system, which has been rolled out to all DPP offices for utilization. My Lord, the system enables easy retrieval of cases, electronic case allocation, electronic classification of criminal cases and/or offenses, and electronic updating of case progress, thus saving on the precious time spent on manual and strenuous perusal of files to ascertain the case status. Despite the initial changes encountered during its infant stage, we hope that through increased uptake and utilization, interconnection with other systems within the justice ecosystem, significant and long-term benefits will be realized. My Lord, despite the existence of challenges that impact negatively on the delivery of its prosecutorial mandate, the Office of the DPP and the Office of the Attorney General's Chambers remain committed to saving Botswana whilst upholding the rule of law and the dictates of justice. I now turn to the litigation of civil cases. Your Lordship, the Civil Litigation Department of the Chambers is yet another key role player in the delivery of justice. In my last speech, I alluded to its role and evolution over the years. That while discussion on its capacitation is ongoing, the division has been forced to outsource cases of national importance and those requiring areas of expertise that we do not have. Your Lordship, I'm pleased to report that our outsourcing framework has since been refined and implementation has commenced. Very soon, we will be issuing an expression of interest to our colleagues in the legal profession to support the implementation. This is to enable us to create a database consisting of a broad pool of practitioners who are spread over various specialties of law. Through this framework, a mechanism will be created for outsourcing of legal work, preferably to citizen-owned law firms and advocates, to ensure a fair and equitable distribution of work. Only law firms, my Lord, that are in good standing with the Law Society and other regulatory bodies, and also that meet the requirements stated in the expression of interest, will qualify for inclusion in the database. The database will be reviewed periodically to ensure that it remains relevant to the government's needs. The cost of litigation. My Lord the Chief Justice, a trend is emerging regarding the award of costs in criminal cases. While I do not wish to take issue with the judiciary, this is a discretion that must be exercised sparingly. In my last speech, I alluded to the upward review of rates brought about by Statutory Instrument Number 1 of 2021, which came into effect on the 8th of January 2021. I did indicate that some legal practitioners have taken advantage of the fact that there are no legal geographical limitations concerning the jurisdiction of our courts by filing court process in areas outside of their localities. This has resulted in litigation becoming expensive for the parties, not least for those who are ordered to pay costs. I do believe this matter will form part of our ongoing engagement with your office. My Lord, the International and Commercial Services Department of the Attorney General's Chambers, which deals with government commercial business, is responsible for the secondment of officers to government ministries and independent departments. This is in an endeavor to provide expeditious legal services in the proximity to the client ministries. The approach is also aimed at mitigating risks and unwarranted litigation against government. Currently, there are 41 lawyers seconded locally and 1 lawyer internationally to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, an organ of the African Union, and is in the Gambia. Let me hasten to add that she has come back 2 days ago from the secondment, and we hope to learn from her how we can benefit more in secondments of this nature. My Lord, we continue to explore further collaborations that will enable us to continue with secondment of lawyers internationally in a bid to improve visibility at international fora and to build capacity, particularly in the area of international law. In the area of commercial law, my Lord, we have just finalized negotiations with a reputable international law firm, Slaughter and May, headquartered in London, for secondment of lawyers to the law firm. Furthermore, we have been actively involved in the review and reform around the government contracting landscape to ensure that contracts to which the government is a party do not expose it to unnecessary risks and liabilities. In this regard, we applaud the issuance of a circular directive by the Permanent Secretary to the President directing all sectors that contracts will be signed with service providers. Contracts will not be signed with service providers, I beg your pardon, without the prior approval of the Attorney General. This was also in an effort to monitor compliance with a directive that was issued in 2010 that demanded of all government officials to ensure that all contracts are reviewed and cleared by the Attorney General's chambers before signature. This approach has mitigated financial loss by the government due to poorly executed contracts. Stakeholder engagements. My Lord, I wish to applaud the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services under the stewardship of Honorable Minister Ramautwana on the holistic review of the criminal justice system. The review is aimed towards making the criminal justice system more accessible, effective, and efficient in the delivery of justice by all sector institutions. So far, I'm advised the child-friendly justice system and gender mainstreaming guidelines within the criminal justice system are at implementation stage. My Lord, let me conclude by extending my good wishes to the Honorable Chief Justice, Justices of Appeal, judges of the High Court, and members of the legal fraternity, and to wish you good health and success in this legal year. My Lord, may I, at this point, move that the 2025 legal year be opened. I thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General, for your address. May I please invite to the podium the chairperson of the Law Society of Botswana, Mr. Lesedi Moahi. Thank you, Council.
My learned friend and colleague at the bar, President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko, a colleague at the bar, First Lady Mrs. Kauna Boko, Your Honor, the Vice President, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinati Haolatle, Your Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, Haola Pelo Getlorezu, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Ditapelo Gorapeze, former President, Lieutenant General, Sir Kama Yen Kama, our Minister of Justice, my learned friend, Mr. Ramaotwana, Nelson Ramaotwana, one of our ministers and assistant ministers here in present, the Honorable President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Tebo Hotau, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Mr. Dumelans Alexandre, the Chairman of Ntradi Khosi, Mongame Mabatu, Khosi Malopabo Bedi, and your assistant, Permanent Secretary to the President, Honorable Justices of Appeal, Honorable President of the Industrial Court, Mr. Diratsahai Bennett Molomu, Honorable Attorney General, Ms. Marco Abram, Your Ladyships and Lordship, Judges of the High Court and Judges of the Industrial Court, retired judges, both of the High Court, the Industrial Court, and the Court of Appeal, Your Excellencies in the diplomatic corps and international organizations, Your Worship, the Mayor of Gaborone, the President and members of the Customary Court of Appeal, Commander of the Botswana Defense Force, Commissioner of Police, Commissioner of Prisons, members of the Judicial Service Commission, Acting Registrar and your Deputy and Assistant, Your Worship of the Magisterial Bench, all permanent secretaries, members of the bar, senior government officials, captains of the industry, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Might I, at this early juncture, congratulate His Excellency the President in the historic victory of the 2024 October general elections. On the same token, congratulate His Lordship Chief Justice Haola Pelo Kitlohezwe on his appointment as the Chief Justice of this great republic. I beg the Lordship Chief Justice indulgence to start by introducing myself. I am Lesedi Moahi, the recently elected chairperson of the Law Society of Botswana. I'm honored for the opportunity to address this august gathering which marks the official opening of the judicial year, a widespread legal tradition among courts and tribunals, both nationally and internationally. I forgot to apologize in advance for my talking speed. May I take this opportunity to introduce the rest of my newly elected council that I lead. We have Mr. Samuel Plaki, the Vice Chairperson, Mr. Andrew Johannes, Mr. Kagiso Jani, Mr. Jeremy Lawrence, Ms. Waba Oneki Linsitse, and the baby lawyer, Mr. Kata Joseph, representing the 0 to 3 years category. The Law Society's mandate, amongst other things, is the regulation of legal professionals, maintaining good standards of legal profession, the promotion of legal education, and assisting government and courts in all matters affecting the administration and practice of law. The Society started its operations in 1997 and has continued to offer services in terms of its mandate as espoused in the Legal Practitioners Act. Delivering our mandate in all honesty has not been easy in the face of resource challenges, but we have certainly maximized with the little resources that we have to ensure we effectively serve not only our members but the public as well. In the furtherance of its mandate, the Society continues its engagement with the administration of justice to discuss issues of common interest. It's my pleasure to take the baton from my former chairperson, an administrator of note, Mr. Oso Harabamun, on this and other matters, with a view to improving these interactions and furthering the objectives of effective delivery of justice to the people. I therefore urge the officials of the administration of justice to open their hearts to this. My apologies. I therefore urge the officials of the administration of justice to open their hearts to this so that our engagement yield tangible results, and this can only be achieved by both mutual respect and fulfillment of each party's obligations. My time, my lord, add that the obligation to observe and respect the decorum of the courts is reciprocal and should not be undermined by some judicial officers abusing the power given to them in confidence and mistreating practitioners during their professional undertakings. My lord, this must be condemned with the contempt it deserves, as it has destroyed so many young professionals who could not withstand the hostile courtroom environment at the instance of some, but not all, judicial officers. It will be remiss of me not to recognize and acknowledge the offers made by my learned friend, Honorable Justice, my apologies, Honorable Minister, Mr. Nelson Ramautwana, whom we have met twice since assuming office to discuss issues of mutual interest, of which I shall touch on during the course of my address. The issues of mutual interest discussed between the parties includes, amongst others, annual subscription by government attorneys to capacitate the Law Society by increasing revenue pool, addressing the concerns in respect of unconstitutionality of certain provisions in the recently promulgated Legal Practitioners Act, which is yet to come into force, the amendment of constitutionally offending provisions in the Judicial Services Act, to address the lack of transparency, accountability, and fairness in outsourcing of legal work by the Attorney General and other government departments, the DIS inclusive, whose current practice have been carried out secretly and disproportionately, thereby benefiting a select few at the expense of the general membership of the Law Society. The urgent need for promulgation of regulations relating to operations of law clinics in conjunction with Legal Aid Botswana. Having said that, Let us remember that commitments are only meaningful and effective when both parties keep their end of the bargain. Therefore, Honorable Minister, we shall hold you to this. We extend the same gesture of gratitude to His Honor the Chief Justice, Mr. Haola Pele Ketlogetswe, having found it deserving to meet us within 4 days of his appointment, a clear indication of the will to work diligently and effectively with us in delivering justice to our people. In fact, it is this meeting that has caused us to reconsider and rewrite our speech. I pause here to note that the LSB has taken a view that there is an urgent need to revisit the 2024 amendment rules of the High Court, especially insofar as it concerns the prerogative of the Chief Justice in determining what constitutes matters of national importance and empanelment and selection of judges to preside over such matters. In our humble view, Honorable Chief Justice, these provisions are ultra vires the High Court Act. And finally, on that account, to those stakeholders and ministers that are yet to attend to our invitation, kindly take a cue from these two. I doubt the case was extended because of less demanding schedule than yours. Regulation. We will be failing in our very existence as the Law Society, as the regulator of legal professionals, not to ensure that our members comply with the provisions of the Legal Practitioners Act and its regulations. This is an indispensable rule that seeks to protect the interests of members of the public whose funds are entrusted to attorneys through their trust accounts. The Council's role here is a fundamental and has been entrenched in the Act as per the provisions of Section 45, subsection 8, through conducting inspection of legal practitioners' books of accounts to ensure compliance. In 2024, as has been the case with other years, some of our members failed to comply with the regulatory requirements for practicing law. A previous resolution of the AGM that practitioners whose names A previous resolution of the AGM that such practitioners' names be published at the beginning of the legal year is still in place. The responsibility of the Council is to ensure that without delay, the necessary measures are taken against those who are non-compliant. This is a very costly exercise to undertake by the society, but we continue with the limited resources that we have to consistently implement it. We are happy with the assistance received from the AOJ and honorable judges in identifying those who continue to appear in courts without practicing certificates. This is a collaborative web. This is the collaborative web needed to arrest the practice we do not want for a noble profession. The disciplinary committee deals with complaints against members and any non-compliance referred to above. It comprises of 5 legal practitioners who serve on pro bono basis, whilst maintaining their practice and day-to-day jobs. It is against this backdrop that it is not surprising that the processing of complaints does not move as expeditiously as we would have wanted it to. The judiciary. Now, to address the elephant in the room. This time last year, we resolved to boycott the 2024 legal year opening after our members overwhelmingly voted for such boycott because of an array of issues which had long been presented to the AOJ and no action had been taken in that regard. As such, a parallel event was hosted at the Secretariat. After some time, the previous council met with the former Chief Justice and other justices to discuss these issues and agree on the way forward. This notwithstanding, not much has changed but we nonetheless chose to attend this year's legal opening to give the reign of the new government and the new Chief Justice the benefit of the doubt, especially with the swift manner in which the two met us to iron out issues of mutual benefit. Honorable Chief Justice, please note that in future, we shall not only boycott, but we shall act. We therefore call upon senior members of the bar to avail their services on pro bono basis or otherwise, to litigate on issues where amicable resolution has failed. We shall not be gracing this occasion every year to come to make speeches, go back to our office, come back the following year to sing praises to our issues. We will move to a more practical solution should verbal engagements alone fail us, which we are highly doubtful. Still on the judiciary, my Lord, and Your Excellency, the Judicial Service Commission, which you are a member of, made a recommendation in terms of Section 11, Paragraph A of the Judicial Services Act on or about September 2019 to address the unjustifiable disparity in the remuneration of judges of the High Court vis-a-vis the Chief Justice and Justices of Appeal. The said recommendation is yet to be acted upon well over 5 years since its issuance. We therefore urge His Lordship and Mr. President to act on the recommendation as a matter of urgency. We cannot, Mr. President, be talking of service delivery with disgruntled justices. Appointment of judicial officers. My Lord, one of the pillars to justice is that matters are resolved within a reasonable time. The High Court has set for itself timeframes within which civil and criminal matters are to be concluded. These timeframes are hardly complied with, mostly because our current judges are inundated with files. They already have their work cut out for them. In this respect, we believe that more appointments are necessary to ensure a timely dispensation of justice. Some of our members have already been set. Some of our members already have matters set for 2026 and 2027, and the year has hardly begun. We all know the consequence of a delay in court matters, so I will not tire you on those ones. I therefore implore the AOJ to prioritize the issue as we say year in, year out. The process of appointment must be transparent to ensure that poor and questionable appointments are not made. Some of these problems are self-inflicted by appointing less deserving individuals to the bench. We therefore call for a process where only those who possess the highest credibility and skill are appointed to the bench. Now, moving to delivery of rulings and judgments. Delay in delivery of judgment continues to be a challenge, albeit seemingly improving. The rules of court provide guidelines in this regard, but implementation remains elusive. This is yet another challenge that negatively impacts delivery of justice and the perceptions about its efficiency. We recognize, my Lord, that this delay pertains to some of the judges, and we commend the great majority of those who continue to deliver theirs on time. We call, my Lord, for the amendment of the Judicial Services Act, which in our view is ultra-vires the Constitution so far as it regulates the proceedings of the Judicial Service Commission on complaints against judicial officers, in that the complaints are first to be routed through the Chief Justice, who will then decide whether or not to place the complaint before the JSC. This thus the issues of discipline against judicial officers, which impacts on service delivery and puts too much discretion in the hands of one person. Administrative matters. There's an urgent need to investigate the administrative process of registries. Service delivery is at our all-time low. There's an alarming shortage of clerical staff at the High Court and Magistrate Courts, such that at Lobats I'm informed that it almost always operates on skeletal staff. Bills, of course, take ages to be taxed. The court records are not being generated as quickly as they should be, regard being heard to the appeals both in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Court orders are not being availed timelessly to the parties. We must all find a permanent solution to this problem. And I'm glad that it's one the Chief Justice has made certain commitments in this regard. We also hope that the issue of lack of stationery will be something for the past, and that budgeting for the OOG will be prioritized. We implore His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to urgently attend to this matter as well. The society stands ready to provide its input in this process. On a positive note, my Lord, the court management system, court record management system, which had been done for some years, I'm advised was restored in April 2024. We are thankful for this development. This notwithstanding, automation of the judiciary needs to be prioritized. Neighboring countries such as Namibia have automated their court process while we're still trailing behind. Pro-duo matters. The Legal Practitioners Act of 1997, as well as that of 2002, the Legal Practitioners Act of 2022 makes the performance of pro duo or pro bono matters a condition precedent to the issuance of practice certificate for all legal practitioners. This will ensure equitable distribution of pro duo work among all private practitioners. The society notes with appreciation the increase in the remuneration of tariff for pro duo fees and the updates from the previous year considerable. My apologies. The society notes with appreciation the increase in remuneration tariff for pro duo fees and the updates from the previous year indicates considerable improvement in prompt payment to practitioners. Let me encourage the administration of justice to continue with all such efforts to ensure prompt taxation of these pro duo bills. Constitutional review. In 2023, the LSB released a position paper on the constitutional review process. The same can be accessed in our website. Then we stated the significance of the document as one of. Therein we stated the significance of the document as one that is not only intended for the present generation, but also meant for the unborn generation. It represents the aspirations of the nation and must be responsive to challenges of that nation that nation is faced with, and should be elastic enough to meet any future challenges that may arise. In 2024, the Constitution Amendment Bill was circulated, and its contents came as no surprise in view of the flawed process the review process took. From the ill-suited instrument which was used to review, it, to lack of inclusivity, the outcome was anticipated to be unsuccessful from the beginning. We must learn as much as possible to start things on a solid foundation so that the structure we build stands on it. As we say in law, you can't put something on top of nothing. My Lord, I therefore urge our President, who is a long-standing member of the legal profession, as he finds his fit in the new role, to prioritize through constitutional process, to prioritize thorough constitutional review process. As I've stated, this document serves as the backbone of the society, guiding our laws and values. Ensuring that this review is done properly is crucial in upholding the principles of democracy and the will of the people of this republic. I encourage you to involve a diverse range of stakeholders in the process, including legal experts, civil society organizations, members of the public. This inclusive approach will ensure that all voices are heard and that the resulting revisions reflect the needs and aspirations of the entire populace. Now, my message to the legal professionals. Your Lordship, as I gear towards with the conclusion of my speech, before I conclude, may I share my message with the junior and senior lawyers alike. To the junior or younger attorney, I suppose by now you would have seen that the law degree opens many doors and many opportunities. I suppose that you would have appreciated the versatility and usefulness of it. Being an associate attorney at law firm is only one of many opportunities that will present themselves before you, and you have the task of deciding what you want to do with it. Unfortunately, unlike other industries, the legal profession is one where you cannot afford to have a series of jobs, roles, and positions. That kind of mindset may just work well in other industries, but in this dreadful, but it is dreadful for law, which requires long-term exposure to different aspects of the law and specialization, sheer work experience, being level-headed, and maturity of judgment, which develops only with time. To senior lawyers, most of whom are law firm leaders, let us take this opportunity to inspire this generation. Let us make time to mentor them, impart knowledge, build confidence, show them that being a lawyer is not only about financial rewards, but the more intangible and exceeding rewards of purpose, ideal, meaning, and positively touching and changing lives. Let us assist them in making decisions that affect their law career. We know better. We have done it. It's a road we have traversed. Let us share our experience with the young lawyers, be role models of integrity and professionalism and honor. And I urge you, senior lawyers, to take active role in participation of the LSB activities, which in most cases is graced by junior lawyers. And of importance, as senior lawyers, let us prepare sufficiently to court so we inspire our juniors in the way we conduct ourselves. The courtesy extended to us in our matters being called ahead of those of our juniors is not only that we are seniors, but that they can learn a thing or two in the course of our address. To us all, let us be encouraged to participate in the LSB activities for the betterment of our profession and maintain collegiality. In my conclusion, my Lord, our members pledge to uphold the rule of law and assist the court with skill, diligence, and integrity in the attainment of justice. In this regard, the society is of the view that criticism of judiciary should be measured and restrained to the interpretation and application of the legal principles. As such, we are of the view that the personal attacks, Mr. President, upon judges who presided over the Pitseng Gaobereko matter in CKGR was unwarranted and undermined the independence of the judiciary. We therefore reiterate the clarion call for the respect of the independence of the judiciary and that the judges reciprocate same by dispensing justice without fear or favor. I thank you. With that said, I second the motion to declare the 2025 legal year opened. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our court session. And may I kindly request that we rise for the Honorable Chief Justice and their Lordships to take leave. And in the same moment, may I kindly request that we remain standing as the President will also be taking leave from the courtroom.
tiragalo ka ga di ntse di tsamaya ka teng gone ko lekgotleng la ditsheko ko e leng gore go ne go sedimolosiwa yalo one ngwaga wa ditsheko e le gore jaaka ne re bona Tautona Bokone le moeng wa tota ko ana le mme Maboko mme di buitse e leng gore di buile go buile ene Chief Justice jalo re ga o lapelwe ke tlogetswe go buile Attorney General Mbako Abraham ga bua gape le moeteledipele wa Law Society of Botswana re Lesedi Moahi. Re kentse ke hano Motswana wetso mo studio ke ntse ke na le ene moeng wa rona ele Dr Tshepang Makwati go tswa gone ko Makwati TE Law Group ha lo re ke le bitsa sentence era re Makwati your impressions from se re sa tswang go se lebella radi awara di ka nna tharo mme Chief Justice jalo ana itshegetse ha go dimo go mongwe no go ka irwa le ke translation o buile ka sebaka seo se ka tswa se raenra.
Yeah, thank you, Innocent. I think the Chief Justice speech, long as it wasn't really that long. It was basically the translation that caused it to seem long because then everything is said twice. So if it was supposed to take 1 hour, then you have 2 hours. But be that as it may, I think it is a speech that carried a lot of inspiration and equally tried to speak to the issues that have bedeviled the judiciary over the last few years. You see, once you're talking about crisis in the judiciary, it is an emergency. It is a state of emergency because, you see, the judiciary as one arm of government is perhaps one which you and I and other ordinary people bank our hopes on when the chips are down. When you are alleging that you've been abused by any other of the two forms of government, or even some within the judiciary itself, you will run to the judiciary. So once there is an allegation of crisis in there, we have a serious problem, and it must be dealt with as a matter of urgency. And I do believe that, and I do hope that the new Chief Justice and the new dispensation of President Boko will deal with those issues as in yesterday. Because the moment that people lose faith in the judiciary, then it's going to be a total fracas. And then if people lose faith in that system, they tend to become enemies of the same system.
Yes, sir. Like you are saying, it's actually worrisome that crisis that we are talking about was mentioned by the Chief Justice. Attorney General also mentioned some issues. And lastly, Law Society of Botswana. Why have these issues been going on and on? Why, like, ke se leng gore ba puso e hitile ba paletswe ke go se dira sente gore dillo tshwanetse be le gore di a ema?
You see, the failures of the past government to remedy the situation within the judiciary is an opportunity for the new government to fix the mess. The new government has only been in power now for about 3 months. So, as the three speakers touched on those issues, it rings a bell and resonates with everyone. Every reasonable person who is in Botswana knows the issues that we're grappling with, that the Law Society has lamented about for the longest time, including issues of misconduct within the judiciary, or even issues of lack of professionalism, of being late with judgments and all that. A plethora of issues. So now, what is needed there is the last speaker stated, which is the chairperson of the Law Society. He spoke about constitutional review. Mm-hmm. You see, once you have a constitutional review, a full, in good faith constitutional review, you have solved 90% of the problems. Because then when the Constitution itself speaks to its own supremacy and invalidates basically any conduct or law that runs contrary to it, many of the problems that we had been talked about will be dealt with there. Because it will be easy then for the courts to have testing powers to say such and such conduct or such law is invalid insofar as it conflicts with the Constitution. That is the crux of all the issues we saw unfolding today. I did state earlier that the purpose of the legal opening is to deal with issues of issues that bedevil the system itself. They are systemic. So when we now watch the opening of the legally unfold, we are looking at people speaking to the issues and how they're going to be resolved, how they hope to resolve them, and sharing of ideas as people give their speeches, and most of the speeches do it from the heart, rather than your usual very diplomatic and sanitized speeches, as you might have heard, especially with the last speaker, with that parting shot that I believe many will have.
Yes,
we'll be talking about.
Yes, we can't live without talking about that one. Actually,
so I do believe that it's an opportunity now for the constitutional review to take place as in yesterday, because if we do not take the opportunity to change this constitution, I call it an unconstitutional constitution. I've never seen a constitution maybe as badly written as the one we currently have. I know to raise tongues wagging for some time when I say this. But I call it an unconstitutional constitution. Not that it's possible for anyone who is not academic or doesn't understand nuance, for example, to say that a constitution is unconstitutional. You can't even go and argue that in court. Because the constitution is itself the originator of all other laws. But I said a constitution should not only make sense when it is measured against itself, but when it's measured against the values that we all share as a people, of dignity, of human rights and freedoms, of equality, and now how the three arms of government, or the three branches of government relate, and the intersectionality between the three. If there is no proper delineation of the parameters within which these particular arms ought to operate vis-a-vis each other, we got a serious problem, as we might have seen, with the way the executive had for some time in the past dispensation had a throttle hold on the judiciary, to the extent that judges then sometimes would end up not being able to know whether they are judges or employees of the system. And so now, I'll go back to Justice Kitloto's words, because he spoke at length about God and the judges. In the book of Psalm 82, I say this because I've got the confidence, because I can see the Chief Justice is a God-fearing man. Psalm 82 in the Bible says, "You are gods, And it's speaking to magistrates, it's speaking to judges and all those that dispense justice, that you occupy a godlike position in relation to the people that you have been appointed to adjudicate over. You see? And then he says, how long will you judge unjustly? How long will you give favor to the wicked? Because the reason for judges to be there is to protect people in an otherwise vertical relationship between the state and the people, or the most powerful and the people. So how do you deal with that? Is to make sure that the laws that govern the running of the judiciary and the frameworks themselves speak to the ethos of human rights and human dignity and all those things that the president spoke about. I can reference the president because I'm not in court, and so I'm not going to be told that I have skipped certain lines. But what I want people to understand is that there needs to be a thorough reconsideration of our constitution, of the way we appoint judges in this country, of the transparency and openness and accountability within the administration of justice. That's very important.
Yes, you just say something about the president, and while we are watching, I noticed that both the Chief Justice and then Attorney General, refer to to what extent are we supposed to be having the president or his name within the corridors of court? For obvious reasons.
I take issue with that. I totally do. Whereby the people within the executive, within the other arm of government, the legislature, are constantly referenced within the corridors of the courts. Or investors, for example.
Yes.
I don't see the reason why any judge would start in a judgment to talk about investors and the GDP per capita being affected if we give this judgment. The judge's job is simple. Apply the law. If the investors find themselves in there and benefit from that law that you apply, wonderful. But why should your judgment always seem to be inclined towards the interests of investors or the interests of the president? That is where now people start to fail to understand that is you are bootlicking right there, and bootlicking is a panacea for disaster. It leads to disaster within any system, because then you inculcate this culture into everything that you do. Whenever you're doing something, you're watching with one eye to see who is being pleased or who is being stepped on the foot, wrongfully so. And in the process, you fail to discharge your duty with what seems to be impartiality that we so desire within the judiciary. Stay away. I think the judges should stay away from such references in the future.
Yes, and then lawyers. We've seen those cases whereby the lawyer but we need to have a judicial system or a judiciary e bereka sentle re expecta gore le di lawyer e be di tshwara ka tsela e rileng.
When you speak about lawyers who do that, you know what should happen is that such lawyers, once found guilty, they should have no second chance, and they should be dealt with in a way that will teach those that come after them that you, as a lawyer, you hold a very high and esteemed position within society. If you are found to have eaten people's money, you must be struck off completely of the role, never to associate with people again in the way that you have now culturized or turned into what has become so common within our legal fraternity. But then there's a problem. That's the law society's issue. They must deal with that because they are the ones that regulate the legal profession and the behavior of the legal professionals. But sometimes, I think because of we being a small society, you find that there's a lot of people who get away with that kind of conduct that is very unbecoming. And now, as a lawyer again, learn to do this. Even stop the system of patronization. You know this system whereby it's friends, it's relatives, it's acquaintances. If you're holding a position of authority, you must apply the law. if your friend who is a lawyer and you are sitting in the law society, if your friend who is a lawyer then embezzles clients' money, there should be no fear, favor, or prejudice in how you deal with them. You must actually teach them a lesson never to do that again, so that the legal profession can still maintain that nobleness that we have known it for, that made some of us to join it.
Yes. One me tautona boko yo leng gore ene le mmueledi pele khotsa ke re ke mmueledi ka re bone ho le ka pere nantse ai apere. How much hope do we have on his government to say gore some of these issues se leng gore in the past ne le khona gore le ngale le gore ga le yo go gongwe this year ka bona gore re ka solohela diphetogo?
Look, I've got total faith in the government of President Boko. Absolutely. You remember that I was also a candidate under the UDC.
Yes.
And the only reason I would have been under the UDC is because I believe in what it stands for.
Yes.
Totally so. And the president is a human rights lawyer. And he being a human rights lawyer and being at the top of, being the top man within the government system, has got all the power within that he wills to make any changes that he deems fit. And some of those changes will be to cure these problems, these anomalies that we find that permeate the legal profession and the judiciary and everything about the administration of justice. I've got no doubt that he will. He just came into power 3 months ago. So it's still about establishing a roadmap, establishing legal and institutional frameworks that will help him to achieve that.
Yeah. One of the things that I had mentioned as one of those the justice system e toka halene botoka ke gore ebe go nna le madi le di resources, and I understand you have worked in mo di kweteng tsa go Africa bor. What could they be doing differently gore ebe nna ka re bone they are ahead of us? Ba tsa ka madi, where can we get that money le rona gore re improve the justice system?
The money issue, comrade, is a matter of economics. If the country is doing well and has got a befitting GDP, then the money will be there to be distributed among the different sectors of the economy or different institutions, including the judiciary. But if there is no money, like our economy is at an all-time low at the moment, I don't think we've ever been here since the last 20, 30 years. Then there will definitely be problems if the economy is not doing well. So where do the people in South Africa get their money? It's because they've got a very vibrant economy. They are more industrialized than us. They've got a bigger population and a lot of other factors and other advantages above us. We are still a very small economy.
Yeah.
So if the diamonds are not selling, then we got problems. So I think the government right now is about diversifying the economy to make sure that there's funds or finances or fiscals to fund the administration of justice.
Ra gona le khanya ya gore ha go ntse go sekiwa ebe le gore segolo bogolo Batswana ba lla ka gore ga ke khone go itsheka me gona le gore gape ntse go bua ka gore gona le dilwera tsa leng gore go di a thusa di duelwa ke puso, maybe o ka ethatswetsa Motswana hela gore a bone lwera eno e leng gore e ka mo thusa ya lo mo pusong tsamaiso teng ke entseng ja.
There's something that we call legal aid in Botswana. Legal aid assists people who are indigent mostly the civil trials, right? You can go approach legal aid. I think they do a means test to see if you are one person who falls within their threshold of people who ought to be assisted. It's not like it's an open for all. You got to meet a certain threshold for you to be assisted there. And then those who are charged with criminal matters, e.g. murder, especially it's for murder accused people. They get what we call prodio lawyers. They do. The government then covers a certain portion of the fees, or covers the fees for those people. But the amount, is the lawyers have already said, is very minimal. It's mega funds. I mean, many lawyers don't want to take those cases simply because the rates are too low, and yet the work is a lot. And then, yes, and then obviously then you end up having a very fresh lawyer, fresh from school, or someone who's not experienced doing those cases. Now that's when we come into the issue of justice being for the rich.
Yeah.
Because then the rich guy,
isn't that lady blind?
Then the lady justice is not blind. So you have justice now being for the rich, and the poor are most likely going to get adverse judgments against them. Well, because they don't have enough funds, or they get inexperienced lawyers through this pro deo dispensation. So now, the other issue that needs to be looked at, and I thank God you brought that question in, is that this issue of issuing or awarding punitive costs or costs against litigants who want to assert their rights, it has to be revisited, because it has only the effect of denying justice and access to justice for a lot of people. For example, you feel you've been violated by the state or by the government, and you go to court only to lose and have an award of costs against you. And at that time, probably you are unemployed and you have no funds at all, and then you have a punitive cost or any other cost awarded against you. Just next door in South Africa, there is a case called the BioWatch case. I think you should look at it. Stated that in constitutional matters, any person who brings a constitutional matter, even if they lose the case, should not have costs against them. Now, those are people that understand human rights and how it infuses into our value system as a people, and how we ought actually to stay away from this punitivist mentality of awarding costs against people who lose cases against the government, because then it stunts the growth of our constitutional jurisprudence. Because the only reason I'm going to be afraid to go and assert my rights is because if I lose, I'm going to get costs against me. So that is another aspect of stifling access to justice for our people, and that needs to be changed in our constitutional order.
Okay. Makwati, before retire ya go tswala, maybe because ke lemola re ke rata gore ka re nna ntse re ruta Batswana ka dilo tse, because we tell ka re ga ba tshware dilo. Maybe a ka re tlhalosetsa maybe briefly just how this the administration of justice works. Ke ra re lebile go makgota go tswa ka le lekota se gore go tshekwe be wa hela le go godimo go tsa go court of appeal ya lora.
Okay. Gona le maketse e ke itse ka Setswana.
Yes.
Gona le makgotla a Setswana a bidiwang di-customary court. Ke yona go metseng a dikgosi. Ko e leng gore di-case tsa dio tse di iragalang gantsi ko metseng kwa tsa bogodi jwa dikgomo boipudi a di simolola gone ko. Di na le gore di ka go atlholela tronko go ya kgwedi, I think it's 3 months, the powers they have within there. Go go tsone ga gona di-lawyer wa ikemelwako. Gongwe go bothata go homa ke bile ke hete ka yone gore dikgosi ga se batho ba molao ya no itse le ke ipotsa gore mme gone ha re tsa batho re ba subject to dikgosi re ba bathole ka molao o ba o itutileng kae le nna tota ke sa se ke
to some extent
mme kgosi e leng gore a gongwe le sekolo ga e sekwa se motho wa modimo a ba go legiwa gote a thola motho o dirisa molao o bo kgona go ka mo isa tronkong for dikgwedi tse kana. Homo, I think the United Nations actually criticized that in one of the working groups that came to Botswana. I think it was 2022. They criticized that ke indi khosi tsa Botswana di khona wa tholela motho tronko mme go sena di lawyer go di khoteng tseo gape go sena molao tota go sa di khosi di sa trainelwa molao di a thola ka kitso e. Then two, gona di magistrates court. Those are the lower courts, which are creatures of statutes. Because when they allow like molao o establish the courts. Tsone bontsi jwa tsone le tsone ha o lebella. Batho ba ba ileng gore ba bidwa bo magistrate ha gongwe ke ntse ke bona bangwe ba di students tsa ka hela ba hetsa ko UB e nna bo magistrate. Gape ba iswa training for dikgwedi tse kae tse kae.
Ba trainwa kae?
Within the court system itself. Ba understudy another magistrate who is there, then apparently then they are ready to dispense justice. That's another problem.
Okay.
Yes. That's a serious problem there, because you are playing with people's lives. I think people who become magistrates should be seasoned lawyers who have practiced, because you are dealing with people's lives here, the right to liberty and many other rights. And so you find that sometimes the judgments that are given there from the magistrates courts are questionable. That is the issue. Many of our people don't have the resources, and so once they are given those judgments or the adverse judgments against themselves, civil imprisonment. I've seen mosadi mogolo hela yo sa itse le gore ga te go iragala ko court a sa file dipampiri because ga itse gore after this process go tsene he go okay ga wa ka wa file opposition papers so wa tronkong ga wa duela sekoloto mosadi mogolo a modimo le go bereka sa bereke. What kind of justice is that? Are these not the things we should be concerned about?
Or are human rights ya gongwe the approach ya human rights ntse e buiwa re ka ya hela gongwe re bone
reforms in that area.
Yes.
There are so many people who are civil imprisonment and it's being abused. And I see it go to magistrates court. Willy-nilly, anybody comes, one kolota, innocent, one kolota, trunk. Without even considering all the relevant aspects. Also, why do you even have to send someone to prison because they are owing from a contractual obligation? I think I'm totally against that for various reasons. And I think that if you can invite me for conversation on that.
Motswana wetso re Makwati ke wa ha bile wa litaletsa ke santse re to go nna le ene ha thata mo nako yetang a re bua ka tse dingwe tsa semolao jalo ratsala.
Yes. So those are magistrates court. Then the high court. This is a superior court of record, which has got original jurisdiction in all matters that are brought before it from the subordinate courts. It determines all other issues. Is a court of first instance. Ngareke court e dilo di simulang go yone tsa selekanyo se se rileng. And then obviously ha gona le go ba ba sa itumelang ko high court ba ka ya kae ko court of appeal. Ga e se re ne le constitutional court. E le gore ke hopa gore le yone e nne teng. Ka gore mo Botswana gona le go mo gongwe ga doctrine engwe ba e bitsa constitutional avoidance. E leng gore it has been used extensively by our courts to say, no, if a matter can be resolved without reaching a constitutional issue, but by some other common law manner, let's prefer that route. If we avoid talking to the Constitution, that has stunted now our constitutional jurisprudence completely, because then we end up having matters that should have long been dealt with in constitutional terms coming up now in the 21st century, and then our constitution ends up, our constitutional jurisprudence high developed. So always South African courts decisions are the ones that end up guiding us. And so those are the issues. Then obviously at the apex, the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal is the appellate court. Ke yone court ya bohelo mo Botswana. E leng gore ha go hedile sengwe se go padile o ka kgona go roga teng ha ona le bokgoni. Me ha go padile teng o ra re that's the end of the
Okay, ka tata ke boela go te gore to tlhalosetse Motswana gore ra yang ka gore re bone ga engwe tswa ko e be boela go high court. Mo nako ya gompieno Motswana wetso ke na le modiri ka nna ele Kennedy Ramokoni o na le gone ka ko high court ka kwa. Mr. Ramokoni, good morning sir.
Good afternoon, Rasalahla.
Mr. Ramokoni gongwe o sala o phakeletse ka ko le khota tshekelo ka ko raitso o ntse o libile tsene di diragala ka ko ha o ka re kaela hela gore gongwe wena o ka tswa itemogetse ke eng ka ko tsholegalo ene le ka ko ene le ntseng jang e bile o ka tswa o bone bo mamba ile gore ne ba le mo tiro ye e bothokwa ere.
Thank you, Mr. Solaka. Ke phakeletse ka kwa mme o ne go dipalo tse ne le ka gone ne le dipalo tse ne compared to last year ba law society ne ba itiretse ya bone ka go gompieno mme ba ne ba iponahatsa mo e rileng ha re tla go hetsa
naya mmiri le the monitor jalo o te bone ditshwantsho tse dinte tse di tserweng ke Rre Ramokone a le gone ka ko lekgotleng. Ra o no re Court of Appeal is the highest, is our apex court mo Botswana. Mme re na le case e nngwe ntse e tsweletse somehow re ya ga Rre Morupisi re ithetse le gore e buile ko Court of Appeal mme e ko High Court.
Gongwe ga ke batla go bua thata ka case ya Mr. Morupisi ka gore I'm part of it. I'm an attorney of record in it. But the argument that had been advanced mo case eo ke gore go na le section 18 of the constitution ya Botswana e reng ha motho a ipeletsa gore di rights tsa go tse di mo section 3 to 16 inclusive di gatakilwe o ka approach the High Court. Mme kana ga ya tlhaloso gore ha di gatakilwe ke mang a go twala ha di gatakilwe ke Court of Appeal. I do believe that ka gore ga e exclude ga e re nya ko nte ga tse di ko Court of Appeal ko nte ga khata ko e dirilweng ke Court of Appeal. Ya no Mr. Morupisi in this case na ipeletsa gore mahoko mangwe a builweng ke di judge ko Court of Appeal a khata ka ditshwanelo tsa to a fair trial, right?
Yes sir.
So case be hela ko Court of Appeal o judgitswe be tswalwa. Then he makes an application to the High Court, a new application. Ising appeal decision ya Court of Appeal. Ibile ga ire ya re no ke appeal ke dumalane le decision no are High Court di tshwanelo tsa me di gatakilwe ke Court of Appeal. Mme ke taha ka section 18 of the constitution gore le nthuse mo kganyeng. Ya no yone section 18 ape bere ha High Court is na go retsa kganya mohutao e ka dira decision nngwe le nngwe ka e dira e lebile mabaka a pele ga yone nngwe ya decision tseo ke yone e dirile. Constitution is the highest law in the land. The Court of Appeal is not. Even that Court of Appeal is created by this constitution. And then ke itse go builwe thata ka hierarchy of the courts. But hey, the hierarchy of the courts does not supersede the constitution. In fact, if we borrow from the South African Constitution, section 39, subsection 2, ya tlhalosa gore court nngwe le nngwe ha interpreta molao mongwe le mongwe e tshwantse re promote the rights instead of undermining them. So Mr. Morupisi na ke bona ile gore o tsamaya sente o irile go mo go tshwanetse mme le galo la ile gore ga tsamaya sente. It's now before them. Intsi wela go bona ya no ha ba e lebelle bona a ba bona go siame gore mahoko a builweng ana a siame ana buile ho ke ta hela go no a kena go thata go
ya isiame ya no bile ka gore ntse re bua ka yo a re hitise ye nngwe ha ya mongwe o tumileng thata mo go tsa Facebook ka leina la moela Dilothoko. Gona le kganya gore thata la re sa focus mo go gona le kganya gore go tekana ke re ya defamation ya gore a gona le gore motho o ka tshwarelwa kgotsa iswa tronkong kgotsa a arrestiwa for dikgang tsa defamation.
O tsore kana na approach e lo ra always follow ha ke bua ka dio tsa di detention.
Yes.
Tsa detention ya motho go tsela motho freedom of his freedom of movement to arrest. Ke na le tumelo a gore it must be something se le gore se interpretwa very strictly, is done under very strict conditions. Gore ga o tsela o ikutlwa ka ro ka tshwara motho ene no wa go motsa. Of course gona le molao no bidiwang criminal defamation. Ya no mme o mo tshwara based on what? Is it because you have concluded or you have concluded your investigations gore motho o dirile molato? Ha gona hurry to arrest anybody, especially if nobody's life is in danger. And there is nothing that warrants agency kana go tshwara motho mo sena all the facts and the evidence on the table. Because defamation is renta. Kana defamation ya ha gona defamation if what is being said is true, if what is being said is in the public interest. So gongwe go ba dirile gore ba investigate pele bo ba bona gore a mme go a warranta gore motho o ka tshwarwa. Mme le gone o tshwarwa eng ka gore a le ro tshwantse re a appear before court o ka samono ya le gore ka dikana wa appear before the court. Because o ka tshwara motho e leng gore is justifiable to limit their contact with the public or to limit their movement or deprive them of their right to liberty. But I don't see the need there in this particular case because we are talking of somebody who mo Botswana ha a siele hope, and how I has the investigation. So how can I tell Lord it was wrong? You have deprived that person of their liberty unjustifiably, and then there is going to be a sanction against you. That is why there are a lot of litigation against the government. Yeah, necessary, and then it still wastes government's expenditure.
Yes, sir.
That's my view on that.
Motswana ka wetso mo ikutlwetse go tswa ko Makwati TE Law Group Dr Tshepang Makwati jaaka ne re bua le ene ka the opening of the legal year. Motswana wetso ke bidwa Innocent Selatlwa ba ile gore ke ne ke dira le bone ka kwa gore maranyane ditshipize tsa rena di tsamae sente ke na le Mbatsi Malikongwa Motswana wetso ke na le gape le Emmanuel Siwawa mme ba ile gore ba ne ba retisetsa thulaganyo e leng aba producers ke na le Sharon Mathala ona le jalo le la Ron Makaiza ba ga rona ke re ke itumeletse go bereka le lona ke itumeletse thetso ya lona re Makwati. Once again, thank you so much for coming through, sir.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Good day. Sharp Motswana wetso.